Good morning, Narset, Zach Taft, Balbadrix, and Loner. What's up? So I thought I'd mention something that I did. Hi, Melkor. There was a bit of a consideration as to whether or not some of the early Zero games actually did have skip cutscene, and it was just me for not, hitting it. So I actually went back off camera, this was yesterday, and was like, alright, let's play through a little bit of Zero 1 on Super Easy mode and see if we can skip cutscenes. Nope. They really did just patch that in for the later Z games, but not for the early Z games. Which I have no idea why they did that, but whatever. That's a shame. I was kind of hoping to remove those negatives, but whatever. Thank you, Narset, very much, as always. I'm going to jot that sucker down for Bug Fables. Wait. Dungeon Siege 2. And to you, Swerby, I say thank you again. For Bug Fables. I mean, Dungeon Siege 2. And we might need a few, Zach. God, I would love a Mega Man XCOM game. I really would. We'll see if that new... Oh, God, what's it called? The Marvel XCOM game being made by the XCOM developers, being made by Firaxis, is actually kind of good. Because, it's sort of where that's at. Hey, Mr. Red. Thank you. As always. Interesting choice. Odd choice. Strange choice. But I'll put it there just for you.
Well, how's that lock coming?
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of with you, Melkor Blade. Like, I could think of a Mega Man 4X. I could think of a Mega Man tabletop. In fact, I've invented a Mega Man tabletop. Midnight Suns, that's it. And I noticed you're back in your old account, by the way. Congrats. So we'll be playing as Ash this time around. And we won't be skipping cutscenes, even though we've seen several of these before, because they are at least somewhat different with her. It's the same thing we'll be doing with X4, in summary. Excuse me. Now you got me thinking, what would be like my top pick? My absolute most wanted genre for a Mega Man game? Like, if I can only pick one. And let's assume it's actually good, too. So Ash starts completely differently from Gray. Completely different intro stage. Remember, he wakes up because he was a Reploid. Just built. She's a human.
All right, you guys. Are you ready?
You still don't see that Raider airship yet? We're getting jumpy.
Calm down. I'll go check on the mission now. The client is the illustrious coalition government, Legion. Some top world leaders want the help of us, a lowly hunters guild.
As you know.
Do you know what biometal is?
Yeah, I heard that it's some kind of cursed stone that eats human spirits.
I mean, given what the Model W does.
Ha! That's a good one. I bet Legion has a huge bounty on that.
They say that biometal was found in some ruins, found by those illegal hunters who don't belong to the guild. Our mission is to take back the biometal and bring it to Legion headquarters.
So now that your appetites have been wet for booty, let's get this show on the road. This time, I'm gonna beat Ash to the treasure. By the way, where is she?
Everyone, calm down.
That voice. Ash, is that you? Where are you?
It was getting kind of hot in there, so I went outside to cool off. We've almost got up to the Raider airship with the booty on it. I'm going to go ahead and meet our booty face to face.
Go ahead, get it out of your system.
Hey Ash, that's no fair. You always take all the action. When are you going to give me a chance? Hey, are you listening? You always go off and do your own thing and
Bingo. Okay, let's put everything we've got into it. Ha!
But yes, her voice actress is substantially better than X's voice actress for Gray. Sorry, voice actor for Gray. Reminder, she's human. Although the difference doesn't mean much at this point in history.
This is Ash. I've successfully docked for the airship. Time to find out where the booty is.
Oh my god. You get used to that word, by the way.
Oh man, doesn't she know by now that the booty is always in the lead airship? We always go in from the back and end up messing it all up.
Remember, when you go in from the back, you don't get the right booty.
You guys, be careful! Okay, here we go!
Whoop, that's danger controls. Hey, Reverie. What's going on? So, attack, jump, dash, transform. Okay. No. There we go. That off. Okay. Of course, I don't have a dash. I'm human. Right. Use the jump button to jump over bumps and obstacles. You know, it's funny that the next game we're playing is Mega Man X1, aka one of the best designed Mega Man games. It may not be the best, but it is exceptionally well designed. We'll talk about that when we get there. So anyways, this is how you jump. You can jump by hitting the jump button. Jumping is something you should know how to do. It's a long tutorial for the jump button. So, I just want to pause for a moment. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who's horrified by this, but that's how they pilot their ships. They've got a dude, literally, the lower half of the dude is just hooked up to the ship, and they're in a bubble so they can see where they're going, and that's how they pilot. Make of that what you will, I just think that's kind of horrifying.
This is Ash. Do you see any Mavericks on the radar?
It looks like there's a mechanoloid ship among them. They could be after the biometal.
Yeah, could be. Looks like the competition is high this time. Everyone, be careful!
Oh yeah, no, that's a super weak point. Like, that's, hey, aim for this giant glowy weak spot. I was actually wondering who that was, but hi, Tessie. You're doing okay today. Hi, everyone, but I haven't said hi to everyone. Let's see. Darth Medoro's here. Darth Tyron's here. Darth Hazardous is here. Darth Dean is here. Any other Darths? Meanwhile, we'll be tutorialized on how to shoot. Oh my god, this is how you use a ladder. Wow. I don't remember having these kind of tutorials as Gray. Did we? And I'm just stupid? I mean, obviously I'm stupid, but, you know, is that an addendum to the thing? I think I saw Darth Blue of Alex earlier, so we've got Darth Blue of Alex. Oh no. When you're under attack, you need to crouch. It's the only superpower you have as a human. Oh my god, Dean Badine. Yeah, you may or may not have noticed I haven't actually commented on that. That's because he doesn't deserve my time or attention. And that's actually all I'm going to say about that. Also, as usual, ships are sharks in the Mega Man series. Seriously, almost all the airships and spaceships are designed after sharks in the Mega Man series. It's weird. We'll see this in X4, we'll see this in X1. Hey, thanks for giving me a lift so I could shoot at you. Appreciate it. Only when tornadoes hit, Narset. I get a lot of air sharks when tornadoes hit. It's not cool.
I've landed! Okay, I guess the booty is inside.
Please stop saying that word. Just say loot. Gear. Drops. Anything.
It seems the biometal has attracted a bug. Shoo, pest.
I don't think I have a policy on headcanon. I mean, headcanon's headcanon. It's not actual canon, so it doesn't actually count, but there's nothing wrong with having headcanon, right? Like, a game doesn't get credit for headcanon, but we can still have it.
Hey, what did you just call me? You've got some nerve talking to me like that.
Morning, Sean.
You don't look like a hunter. Are you after the biometal?
No, he's after the booty.
Don't group me together with those money-hungry hunters. You're not worthy of the biometal. Why don't you just go away?
Sorry, we can't do that.
We're pirates. Or pirates, excuse me.
We finally made it! Let us join the party!
Who the heck is this guy? A hunter? A maverick?
Everybody be careful. He's not just anybody.
He's an edgelord.
How irritating. Okay.
Whoop. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit that.
I am Prometheus, and I control the power of this biometal. The power of Mega Man!
And we die. Well, it's a bit of a shorter campaign, but, you know.
What is this place?
Hey, you're awake. These hunters, they helped you.
Hey, Darth Dr. Winter. And Darth Gingaman, obviously. Oh, God. I mean, we've got Black Zero on the screen pretty much for that reason. I can change it. Yeah, we did it the whole... Let's change it. We changed it. What else we got? Yeah, we'll go with that one. At least they're smiling instead of frowning.
They found you unconscious outside. Luckily, you were near Hunter's camp.
Oh, what happened to our booty?
Oh, my God.
The biometal!
They managed to recover the whole container.
Can we, retroactive... I think we're too late, but we should turn that into a drinking game. So everyone take, like, 8 drinks really quick. Okay.
And bring it here. I told them everything that happened with the airship and all that.
And they were cool with the fact that we're pirates. It's okay, they are pirates, not pirates. There is a distinction.
They're planning to take it by train to Legion headquarters.
What? Are they planning to collect on our bounty?
No, on your booty.
Is that what you're worried about? You should consider yourself lucky just to be alive. If you had that biometal, that Prometheus guy might come looking for you. Sorry, but I don't care if the client is Legion. It ain't worth it.
Oh, you're pathetic. I'll follow the train by myself if I have to. On top of being called a bug, there's no way I'm going to give up that bounty.
Okay.
Oh, brother, there's just no changing you. If you want to go that bad, I won't try to stop you. Before you go, why don't you save your data just in case? There's a trans server next door. Follow me.
Different campaign, Linearuth. But yes, same game. Hence why we're playing through it. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, I can just hit start for these. Woo! And those. So I think we're just going to automatically get the warp points this time around, if I'm remembering correctly. Just by virtue of being on Turbo Easy mode. Oh yeah, we can only have 2 lemons on the screen at a time. But they apparently do more damage. Yep, no, that just automatically triggered. Okay. Listen, I'm sure the Japanese voice acting is better. Everyone always says that. Every time.
So, you're Ash. I heard about you and how you came to help us.
This guy knows a lot about me. Well, I guess that makes it easy.
How do you divine that from what you just heard?
Now we don't have to beat around the bush.
It's nice to have a girl around. We're all set to go. All aboard!
Yeah, this is a DS game, Dr. Winter. I mean, obviously we're playing on the Switch, but yes.
You're something else to want to carry on with this mission. By yourself. Why do you want to be a hunter so bad?
She doesn't.
I was found by hunters as a little girl, and they raised me. They said that my town was attacked by mavericks, and that I was the only survivor of that attack. So, nobody really knows who the real me is. I don't even know.
Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have asked that.
It's okay. So, I decided to become the greatest hunter in the world.
That's why I joined a group of pirates.
I want my story to go down in the history books.
And considering we don't have a sequel to this game, who knows if she ever actually does.
People will remember the name Ash.
Well, yeah, I've seen Army of Darkness.
So, I can't just let booty like biometal pass me by.
She's just like me. She doesn't know where she comes from either.
I
heard something. Was that someone's voice?
You can hear me?
Who said that just now?
Oh, that would be awesome, Blow Up Alex.
Dang, Mavericks.
I would be all over that.
They're going for the engine. You wait here.
Not just because it would make my streaming job a lot easier, but because duh, right?
Prometheus. I had a feeling you'd show up.
This is it. The biometal Model A container.
You again. You just don't give up, do you?
Who's that girl?
Who's that Pokemon?
Never mind her, Pandora. She's nothing. Let's take back the biometal.
I can't let you do that. If you want it, you'll have to yank it from my cold hunter hands.
Well, that was easy.
Lay there and die quietly, scum.
No way! Not like this!
Hey, girl, if you don't want to die, do exactly what I tell you. We should be able to mega merge. I'll lend you my strength.
Who are you?
I'm Biometal Model A. Now I want you to focus. Okay, yell mega merge as loud as you can.
No, he's the same voice actor, he has the same powers, and he has the same visual styling, Gigaman. It's very clear they were going for a twist by making it seem that Model A was actually Model Axel, even though he's not.
Mega system online.
I mean, this is the looks like a duck argument, isn't it? In fact, the popular theory I heard for a long time was that Albert actually based the entirety of Model A off of data of Axel, right? And then he just called it Albert instead of Axel because he's an egoist. And frankly, I buy into that.
This feeling! This power! In my body! What is it? It's the biometal! Making me stronger! Mega Man power!
Mega Man, Model A.
I can't believe the biometal chose you. I've got to hand it to you. It looks like you've got what it takes to participate in this little game.
Prometheus, isn't that kid?
No matter. So Ash, you can keep the Model A for now. You've got a few more encounters with other Mega Men ahead of you. You must defeat them in battle. If you somehow manage to survive until the end, then you'll know who you really are. and perhaps all there is to know about the world. So let the game begin, his game of destiny.
Sure.
Who I really am? Game of Destiny? What's all that about?
I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, and I was gonna say, doesn't this game doesn't X7 predate this by like 3 or 4 years?
Oh shoot! I have to help the others.
I mean, we don't have to.
Wait a minute. Shouldn't we be getting out of here?
You were acting all big and bad back there, and now you want to run? Come on! I have to go help them.
Okay, I'll go. Anything is better than what those guys were going to do to me. I'll help you. If you promise not to leave me. Deal?
Of course! You're my booty! And you'll be going with me.
At least it's a good way to stay hydrated. Here's how you defeat those enemies. Oh my god. The tutorials are real. Look at this. These are skippable. Hi, Andity. It's weird having such a tiny health bar.
Model A, you broke rule. You make big mistake. The one you choose, no good. Mega Man chosen one. A girl? No good you lend power.
Mistake? What are you yapping about? You don't know me.
I think this guy is some kind of maverick.
Me not Maverick. Me Pseudoroid. Me Buckfire. You get away from Prometheus and Pandora, but not from I.
Yeah, they're just like the third to last boss of the game, but me, I'm the tutorial boss.
Buckfire, obey rule. Buckfire will pummel you into ground. You, traitor! Our future! Our world!
Yeah, what's funny is I was thinking they could have a Model P, but then they just... That's Phantom, right? For Proto Man? Or maybe Model B for Blues. That might work. I'll take that. This is how you do this. Damn it. Ah, there we go. And this is how you do this other thing. Yeah, have a Model S. There's a lot of things they could have done with that, which they chose not to for some reason. There we go. For God's sakes. Okay. No, but we do need to give a negative to story for this section for being, you know, terrible. Game? I broke the thing and I've gone up. What do you want from me? Oh. That's like... There. Right. Ah! There we go.
Man, that white
What?
people are after you? The power?
Beats me. I'm not even sure why it was created. This train is all out of chug, so let's head back to the camp and figure out another way to get to Legion headquarters.
Yeah, now you're getting the right idea.
Well, it's that or you'll leave me here, right? I know there's a lot we don't understand. Maybe it's meant to be that way. Anyway, let's try to watch each other's backs.
You bet. Now let's get those people taken care of.
What? Forget about those hunters and let's get back to camp.
I can't believe you'd say something like that. I wonder if you'd go down in history if I carved my name in you.
Okay, all right already. For crying out loud. Why did you have to be the only one around I could mega merge with?
No, if we give a negative, it'll probably be for history, not for booty. Nothing new there. Okay. For pretty much the exact same reason that we gave a negative for Destiny. Improper theme utilization. Over repetition. You know, that kind of thing. Besides, at least her booty is keeping me hydrated. Yeah, if she actually does make booty her actual theme thing and misuses it the same way Destiny, then in that case, yes, that will actually qualify as a negative. But I'm pretty sure her whole shtick, by memory, is she wants to go down in history, yada yada yada. I'm gonna carve my name in history, gonna make my own path in history, etc., etc. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be her shtick. Now that is by memory, so.
So, you're the one who submitted the mission report.
Hi, Thomas.
I'm connecting your trans server to Legions via a secure channel. So, you're the Biometal's chosen one, a Mega Man.
Why do you get to ask all the questions? Do people at Legion always just do whatever they want?
They are in charge of the world.
We heard you were a feisty one. It seems that the rumors were true.
Mikhail, that's quite enough. Like she said, we are the ones being rude here.
We are called the Sage Trinity, and we are the supreme authority of Legion. I'm Master Thomas.
And I'm Master Mikhail. Nice to meet you, Mega Man.
And I am Master Albert. Nice to meet you, Ash.
Wow, it's kind of scary to know that they know about me. At Legion headquarters.
Word has it that you are quite a hunter. We'd like you to go on another mission.
We'd like you to bring the biometal here to Legion headquarters. It would seem that Mavericks are after the biometal as well. To reduce the risk of being spotted, it's important to keep the number of men, women, to a minimum. Can we count on you?
It seems the train bound for Legion headquarters was damaged. That card key should allow you access to a new area. There's a crashed Raider airship not far from you. Find it and you should be able to get the parts you need to repair the train.
The biometal holds technology and information that we do not fully understand, like the Mega Mechanism, which allows you to Mega Merge and become a Mega Man.
And not to mention centuries worth of lost history.
That's enough, Mikhail. We have a duty to study the biometal, so its secrets are never misused. Ash, can we count on you?
Okay, now things are starting to get interesting. You're going to up the bounty, of course.
Ah, we'll consider it. First, head to the airship crash site. And be sure to heed the advice of your fellow hunters.
Alright, typing up some stuff while we push through that. Okay. I mean, nobody cares about history or carving their name into it. Okay, so I need to go this way, I think. I guess I should talk to him. What's up? Yo. It is an Ash. To be entrusted with a mission from Legion, you're obviously quite a hunter. Okay. Oh, like comic books. No, seriously, that's his thing, is he likes comic books, so that's it. I'm kind of curious too, Mr. Red, but I suppose we'll see when we get through this. Oh yeah, by the way, we innately have the bouncing charged attack as her. So it's another variance in playstyle. See? We have Gemini Man's weapon. Security alert. Chicka. You'll climb the tower to progress. Okay. Nothing new. I do like how the plants help us, though, because we all know nature is our ally as robots. Well, of course, she's human, so never mind. No, the best part about this whole thing is going to be me forgetting where everything is. And dying stupidly like that. What? Okay. Huh. Jesus. There we go. Apparently that's a feature of Super Easy Mode. No, Model A is just like, okay, fine, come here, and just carries her up. What's interesting is that's kind of a neat gameplay choice, really. Making it so that instead of instant death, you just take some damage. It's the same idea as the spikes thing, too. Spider-Man. Or wait. I swear she charges faster, too. Maybe it's just because she only has the 2 charge. Or the 2, you know what I mean, the 2 shot. Yeah, I hope you get used to hearing it's over, by the way. I figured, Syra, because I know my timing's on charge pretty well, and that is really fast for starting out. Actually, you know what? We just saved, right? Yeah. Let's test it. Yep, nope. Spikes don't insta-kill either. Wow. Here. I remember that one. So we are in a bit of a hurry. Oh god. I don't actually remember X8 all that well. Did it have the repeating voice clips like X7 did?
For a raider to make it this far is quite something.
So you remember how he reacted to Gray, right?
Yeah, I like you.
I love how he also has an evil laugh.
Accept my thorny embrace and allow your soul to be scattered like petals on the breeze.
Stay away from me!
Stop! I'm the one you want.
What? A girl? I'm busy. Just wait there. I'll get to you when I finish ripping this man's soul out.
So you're the one who caused the security system to malfunction. What are you doing here?
You know, you're really starting to get on my nerves. Now look what you've done. You've let my sacrifice get away. What am I doing here? Okay, I'll tell you. Watch this. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Rose Park. I sacrifice those unfortunate enough to wander into this tower. You too can become a sacrifice for the strength of the new king. Biometal Model W.
Okay. Damn it. It still hit him. That's funny.
Oh, the nerve, that strength. How? I'm wilting. Wilting!
I don't remember, Dr. Winter. But yes, no, there's several Star Wars and Star Trek sound effects in this game. I'm not sure, G. Cormos. I'll ask in a minute. Let me get to my next boss fight, and then I'll tell you. Now we have the best form in the game. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, getting dizzy. Oh. Aw!
You're one of the gang who attacked our airship!
Yeah.
Aren't you? No! Stop! Stay away!
It's no use. He's in a total panic.
Calm down. I'm here to help you.
Oh, sorry.
Stay back! Get away! Ah!
What the? What just happened?
Total and utter defeat. That man, unable to endure the terror, fell victim to Model W.
Model W? This humongous thing is a biometal?
Biometal Model W. A biometal made from an ancient weapon.
Who the heck are you?
Mega Merge.
You, the chosen one for Model A? What a disappointment. I am Aeolus, the Wind Mega Man, Model H.
Codename Sharnak. Shadow Mega Man Model P.
Model H? Model P? Are these the other Mega Men Prometheus was talking about?
Operational time limit exceeded. Retrieve Model W.
Wait! I'm right here! Are you just gonna run away?
Us? Run away? Don't be stupid. We're letting you live, for now. Right now, our first priority is developing Model W. We can take care of you anytime.
Operational time limit exceeded. Requesting you move expeditiously. Model W awareness level 2. Estimated time till Maverick generation 5717 seconds.
Hey! You mean that Model W made all of those Mavericks?
Your ignorance knows no bounds. The fact that you even need to ask shows that you're not fit to be a Mega Man. You may live for now, but the next time we meet will be your last.
Finally, we were able to reach you. Are you okay? We've verified that the security system has indeed been disarmed. Now you should be able to continue.
If they run out of levers, they're going to have to start being like, well, this is model 32-A67. It's going to get really confusing. Dang. Yep, there was. That's funny. Hey. That's a good question, Mr. Red. But I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. The guy who has Model H, Aeolus, whatever his name is, he strikes me as the kind of person who would have absolutely no problem with executing people because they happen to like the Star Wars trilogy. The sequel trilogy, I mean. Or New Trek. Like, he gives off that vibe, you know what I mean? You're an idiot, and all idiots must die. You know, that kind of thing. So we don't have the ability to do that yet. Let's see if we got this. Yep, nope, okay. It's okay, Dean Badine. He'll never win. He'll never get the power to kill people because they have a slightly different opinion than him. Uh-oh. Reverie. Admit it. You're actually Aeolus. I knew it! That explains so much. Just walk up to someone. Excuse me, you're guilty of being a moron. What? Ah! Apparently it's over. Okay. Okay, so I can't go there yet. I don't have the thing yet. Shouldn't I just be able to go there, though? Hang on. I feel like I need to get the water dude before I can progress. But I don't remember how to get there. Like, I can do this, but... Actually, I can't do that yet, because I don't have... Well, no, I can do that. I can do that.
A-Track! Yo! Hey! 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 There! Hey! 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 Hey!
Yeah, don't I need the... Well, no, maybe I don't.
A-Trans!
Yep, nope, I guess I don't. Right, okay. I remember now. So we do need water dude. AKA the most overpowered dude in the game. Yep. How the heck do we get there? Because we can't go through here. Is this it? Right here? God, I'm trying to remember where everything is. A little bit, yeah, Mr. Red. Except I can't. Right. I mean, that's certainly true with me, Dr. Winter. That's our green door, which we're going to go through much later. Here we go. This is where I wanted to be. Yay! I actually found where I wanted to go. Yep, okay. Okay. I mean, I'm a little bit biased because Zero has a lot of games and Ash has one Dr. Winter, but at the same time, I'm not super impressed with Ash's quest to carve her mark in history. A quest which is apparently over, based on what I'm seeing here. I don't actually know, Lanierov. I should look that up sometime. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Yeah, like, all she wants is fame. That is kind of actually her thing, you know. Hunters are cool and awesome, and she wanted to be cool and awesome. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, really. It's just not what I would call as compelling as, you know, Zero, who fights for his friend. Or friends, as the case may be. And yes, I know, what am I fighting for? But that is the answer. That is what Zero is fighting for, is for his friends, as we discussed in one of the previous ruminations here. That's a good question. So let's see. Zero's been in X 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That's 8 games right off the bat. Then the 4 Zeros, and then both ZXs. So that's... I can't count. 14. And considering Classic Mega Man's only been in 11, which was the other big competitor. Yeah, no, I think that means Zero wins. Wow, that's weird. Although, actually, that's not true. I just realized I'm wrong and I'm stupid. Sorry. Because Zero's not actually in ZX1 or ZX2. I still think that means he wins, though. Because he's still in a lot of games, even if we just ignore those 2. I'm curious which speech you're referring to, Hazardous. Although, I mean, in general, that would be a good hook. Yeah, as I say, even if we remove ZX1 and ZX2, Zero still wins, which is hysterical. Apparently Zero's popular, who knew? I've always quietly believed that Zero was a developer favorite. You know how that works, you know, certain writers or certain creators just have favorites amongst their own creations. No judgment, we all do that. Well, most of us do that. I do that. Whoops. Ah, Sovereign. I'm just saying, there's a few speeches, Hazardous. It could work, but no, I do think that's a good tack to take. We are your genetic destiny. Come on, there we go. What would I try to tell someone to get them into Mass Effect? It's an interesting question. I've never had to do that before. The one and only time I ever got someone into Mass Effect, what I did was I showed them the opening to Mass Effect 1. And that did the trick. I already did that one. I'm not joking. That was it. I'm just missing 2. Done, Mr. Red. And now that I've succeeded, I expect you're going to be paying me the just reward of 15 carrots. Maybe 16 carrots, I don't know. Damn it, Hazardous. Don't make me put that to more Mega Man. I'll do it. I'm crazy. 12 sounds about right. That's what I came up with, too. Because, again, he's not in ZX and ZX2. It's Model Z that's in these two. In case you're wondering, it is a different entity, a different sentience, different sapience, whatever you want to call that, so it does count as different. There it is. This is the first one. Good morning, cat, and good night, Reverie. Go to bed! What are you doing up late? I know, you're programming. Listen, tell your boss that they can suck it. You need to go to bed. You're tired, it's late, you're listening to some bald idiot play Mega Man. I mean, come on. What more do they want from you? And your boss says, you better listen to that bald idiot even more! It's like, okay. Now time for the hardest boss in the game. 2 random edgelords.
Someone interesting.
I don't remember what her motivation is. Does anyone remember Atlas's motivation? Like, so we've got the one dude who wants to kill all the idiots. Then we've got that kid right there. He's the turbo-environmentalist. He wants to kill all the people so that the environment can live. Then I have no idea what Shernak is after. Like, Shernak wants something. I don't know what he wants either. So that's two of the Mega Men we have no motivations for. I'm sure we'll get the motivations in Mega Man ZX3.
I came to see who it was. Thetis? She's nothing more than a kid like you.
Hey, you're not that much older than me.
What is it with you people?
Mega Merge! Mega Merge!
Didn't Prometheus tell you that you'd meet other Mega Men? My name is Thetis, the Ice Mega Man, chosen one for Model L.
I'm Atlas, the Flame Mega Man, chosen one for Model F.
So we want Eternal War, to kill all the idiots, to kill all the people, for nature, and question mark for Shernak.
How is it that an unenlightened hunter who has no ideals is a Mega Man?
What is going on with all these weirdos?
Also, that's not true. She has an ideal. She wants to be famous. I'm sorry, I just realized how insane that sounds. No, seriously, think about this for a moment. Remove yourself from the silly for just a second. Put yourself into a serious storytelling thing. And there's a character who specifically is trying to conquer the world to be famous. I know that's not actually what she's after because she doesn't understand what she's doing. But think about like that as a character motivation for someone. Just process that for a second. I mean, because if you think about it, if you take over the world, you'll be pretty famous. So there's a logic there, right?
I don't need ideals. I have my pride. I can't stand people like you, who are always looking down on others.
Just as I expected, but I don't feel like fighting right now. We've got other things to do.
I've got no time for some kid who became a Mega Man by accident. You look like you could use a nice cold dip.
Welcome to my Sub-Zero world, where even time freezes. You've got some nerve calling yourself a Mega Man, plebeian. You're nothing more than a low-life commoner. I, Chrono Force, will take that biometal off your hands.
And then rule the world with it. Because he's Chrono Force. Oh my gosh. I'm curious what this is going to be like in this mode. Well, yeah, cat. What's funny is I probably won't even have to abuse the heck out of Chrono Force this time around. I mean, I'll still do it. I mean, yeah, Atlas is a woman too, Lene Ruth, so for some reason they just kind of call them all Mega Man. I don't know, dude. I got nothing. I got nothing. It's over.
You're nothing more than a pawn in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
All you can hope to do is just flail about in the little time you have left.
Or I could slow down time and win. Maybe you should have tried that, Chrono Force. Just pro tip. When you have the power to slow time, maybe use it. I was like... Yay. Best power get.
Do you get the feeling that those two back there are just puppets? He is probably pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Hazelode.
Shoot! Who do they think they are? Taking advantage of our ignorance. Now I want to go all the way and win this game even more.
You know, you say that, but now I have the power over time, so... Oh no! Insta-kill spikes! Of course, I can't go up in this form. My one weakness! A door! Yeah, exactly, Lene. I mean, it's right up there with super speed, because super speed is effectively a form of time manipulation. When you can go that fast compared to everything else, you know? Nice. We can get the door now. Which was up here. But yes, that is a Chrono Turtle. You've played Chrono Trigger, this is Chrono Turtle. It's a little different. Slightly less good. Try not to sneeze. God, my nose does not like me today. Either that or we're playing a soldier in Mass Effect, as it is. Yeah, true enough, Medora.
A-Track.
There we go. We're doing the second campaign, Zilog. Just like we'll be doing in X4. I mean, the general logic is we're going to be playing X4 twice. We kind of... And X4 is substantially less different than this game is for both campaigns, so we might as well, right? Help me, our airship's under attack by something nasty. It intends to massacre us all. This is Master Thomas. It seems you've arrived. The entire area is being destroyed. You have to destroy everything. Very well. We'll destroy everything. Wait, the airship's that way, right? We have to destroy everything. Very well. This is the story of my life. I don't want to live my life with regrets. There's that thing again. I haven't seen it yet, Darth Medora. I saw the Batman one. And another one I can't think of the name of right now, which stars John Cena. And those are the only two I saw. I mean, it's a good move for them to go with the Batman, especially since, I could say this definitively since they've done this twice before already, and it's worked both times. No, seriously, Tim Burton. Some people don't remember this, but Tim Burton's Batman was a shift for the character into a more grounded, dark, you know, everyday realist thing, which I know sounds weird when you consider Tim Burton's Batman, but it's true. And then they did Batman Begins, which was a shift more towards a more grounded and realistic take on Batman. And honestly, both were a good move, so both make sense. Now, the real question is, did you manage to learn of his secret herbs and spices? Oh my God. I'm trying to say that in a way that doesn't sound dirty. Screw it. He's so dreamy. He's so dreamy. Ash right now is channeling Savacom. It's over. Yeah, you've seen The Secret of the Ooze. It's similar. God, now there's a movie that I can't actually say is as good as the first one. Like, the original TMNT live-action movie was surprisingly good. The second one was severely nerfed. Alright. Like, it's... I can't remember when I went back to watch it again, but I went back to watch it again at one point. It was just like, oh my god! Just... Wow! So for those of you not aware of the specifics, the studio executives really limited what was allowed to be in the second film. And yeah, that's exactly why they were like, they barely use their weapons, and they use a lot of slapstick instead. The overall tone is more younger. The overall comedic approach is more, you know, gross, broad humor, etc., etc. Yeah, that's why they fought with hot dogs at the beginning. Yeah, exactly. I just realized I'm an idiot. I could do this. Yeah, no, the first one was surprisingly grounded in its own weird way. Which, hey, that sounds like the Batman, so we're tying all this in. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with doing a grounded, more realistic take on any given property within reason, right? I mean, even Shredder was mostly just taking disenfranchised youth in the first film and, you know, manipulating them and converting them against their parents and turning them into, let's call it what it is, a cult. But that works, and in fact is actually in its own way quietly terrifying, especially if you happen to be a parent. Yeah, exactly. Sam Rockwell, who was just, he's always awesome. Even back then, he was still awesome. Is that the one where it's all the different timelines, Dr. Winter? Because in that case, yes. If it's not, then probably not. I was going to, but then it was over. So I can't actually see that. Sorry. Hey, Sonoshi. One moment. We get to the point where it's over. Very important. Yes, I have seen that one, Doctor. I think it's everyone then. Thank you, Sonoshi, as always. Much appreciate. I should also mention that grounded doesn't necessarily mean gritty. Some people seem to use those words in conjunction, and with good reason. But grounded doesn't have to be gritty. Grounded just means grounded. And I've got that for Dragon Age Inquisition, if I didn't already say that out loud. Just to make sure. Thank you again, Sonoshi. I forget which anniversary it was, but yeah, it was one of the anniversaries. Hey, Atlas. So the Raiders escaped through here. Every last one of you will become nourishment for Model W. Hey, yeah, man. Yeah, it's funny considering the second TMNT is literally a direct sequel. Like, it follows directly on the events of the first film, but it is so different. We always talk about executive meddling. If you ever want to see one of the poster childs for executive meddling, look at the second TMNT movie. Now, if you like it, no judgment, as usual and always. It's just, it's so different from the first film. My goodness.
So you managed to stay alive, Mega Man Model A. Don't tell me you're here to help the Raiders. They're not even your allies.
This is also part of what hunters do. Heroes show up just in time.
Huh. You get some Mega Man power, and all of a sudden you think you're a hero. The history of the world, the history of the war. And now the strongest of those, who evolved as a product of war, remain. A newly crowned king of Mega Men will soon spawn a new evolution. Mega Man's power is the strength to fight. Those without strength don't evolve.
So you feed them to Model W? I'd say that's pretty barbaric progress.
What would you know? You can't even comprehend your own power. If I'm the one that's wrong, try and beat me.
Okay. I can probably do that. Well. Stay there for a second, Alice. Just for a second. This won't take long.
Aren't you going to finish me off? Very well, I yield to you. As long as your opponent is still alive, the game of destiny isn't over. One day you'll regret not finishing me off.
You didn't even give me a chance to answer whether I was going to kill you or not. Whatever. No, go to sleep, Reverie. Go to sleep. Yeah, no, it does seem like a pretty good Gemini ray. Gemini beam laser, whatever it was called. I think this is the same thing. Just log in, but it looks like this is identical, which it is. Okay, we can just kind of skip through that.
Was that the data recorded on me that those Sage guys were talking about? The data on the one who made Model W? And me?
Are you okay, Model A? We'd better go help the others.
God, who actually made the new TMNT movies? And don't say Michael Bay, because it actually wasn't Michael Bay, and everyone calls it the Bay TMNT movies, but it's not. It's always bothered me a little bit. I mean, whether they're crap or not is irrelevant. It's just don't miss a tribute, you know. Anyways, the recent TMNT movies. Which... and that's my answer to that. It's just... He keeps calling us sis for some reason. But he's really loyal, so that's okay. Anyways, I don't like to say words like, those movies suck. But, God, those new TMNT movies. I actually saw bits and pieces of both of them. And that's really all I'm going to say about that. Just, yikes. Just realized I'm an idiot. Well, and before you bring it up, I don't actually care about what they look like. I mean, I don't care for their new look, but that's not my objection. It's just... Okay, this way. We get to choose Croatia. And no, this is just ZX2 again. This is the other campaign of ZX2. Which is why we're kind of zipping through a little bit quickly. Because some of this is the same and some of it isn't. Pretty much all the voiced dialogue is different, for example. And the playstyle is a little bit different, like we get this thing as our main attack. I haven't actually researched the aliens thing specifically, so I don't know how much validity that has. Oh, I'm gonna have to try that out, Lord Firestorm. What was that sound? It was a shootout. Oh no, let's go to the Legion headquarters and find out that Albert is the villain! Sorry, spoilers. I feel bad about that, but they really do reveal that very early in the game. Much more early than I remember. You notice, by the way, they still haven't discussed the humanoids thing. At all. I'm pretty sure at this point the first time it actually comes up is in the secret ending. Which is just weird. As I will discuss during the rumination. The reason I keep being weirded out by that fact is the very first thing I learned about this game's lore was that. And by this game, I mean ZX1. It was like the premise. And yet the games themselves haven't even mentioned it. That's not true. They mention it briefly in passing once in this game. Those motorcycle guys, they are so determined. I want to, like, applaud them, but at the same time, they're kind of irritating. Whoops.
Target acquired. Initiate information analysis. Commence planned combat procedure. Input response.
Oh man, this guy's the weirdest of them all.
Invalid input. Input response.
Why don't you just shut up and get out of my way before I blast you?
Response accepted. Commence combat.
Do we have to?
Mega Merge.
I mean, I do want Model P, so that's whatever.
Destroyed.
That's new.
Destroyed.
Well, one of those funny little things, Zalok, is, and I've talked about this many times, in video game design, hyper-specialization is almost always superior to generalization, just because of the nature of how game design operates. In real life, it's almost always the exact opposite of that. I mean, there's a reason that saying exists.
Damage. Critical. Hazardous to proceed with combat engagement. In present condition, retreating.
That's a good question, Kat. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the politics of exactly how the Sage Trinity took over the planet, so it's entirely possible they are literally elected officials, even though all three of them are supposed to be just scientists. Okay, so we've already read all this. Nothing new here. What is that quote? Hang on. I gotta finish talking to Zalog. You say that, but no, Linareth. That's just... Hang on, let me find the quote. I mean, you can disagree with me on that, that's fine. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. That's the actual quote right there. Look, it's Albert, it's right there. Anyways.
Model? That means
whoops.
that he and Prometheus are connected somehow. Behind the scenes. And it means that we can't even trust the Sage Trinity. Yet you still want to go?
If we run, we won't be able to find out anything. One of the Sage Trinity is behind this, and I'm going to find out who it is.
The data recorded on me is getting more and more outrageous.
Okay. Not the word I'd use, but sure. Right, this section. Screen warning, people don't look at the screen for a minute. Just don't look at the screen for a second. We'll pass this in a moment. Okay, it's safe to look. That's awful. Oh, wow. I was wondering when we'd get a shield in one of these games. Shields used to be a standard for the Mega Man games. Now, I can't speak for all fields, of course, but for example, in IT, if you're really good at one thing, that's nice and all. But the people who are really valuable are the people who are good at multiple things, the so-called Tier 3s, right? I mean, there's obviously a value in having someone who really knows one thing, but you get my point. I have no idea, Zachman. Or Zacktap, excuse me. Zachman! Sorry. You are now Zachman! It is so decreed. What's funny is shield abilities are usually pretty useful in Mega Man games. Not always. Because in Mega Man 2, they're junk. But in later Mega Mans, they allow you to do things like move, or throw them a specific direction, and add some more utility to the thing. Look out! Look out! Look out! I warned him. I mean, I would still be just as bothered by the Mars Spruce. but yeah.
I can't stand Mavericks.
That's my thoughts on that, Arspruce, right there. Just replace Mavericks with spiders. That's me.
It's hard to believe that they're cooperating.
They may be taking orders from a leader.
Who's definitely not me.
What do they want? To make enemies with every nation on the planet?
Want? What if they're just fed up with the world?
What?
A new rule for the evolution of the ultimate Mega Man.
Yeah, they're fed up with the world of peace and prosperity that you helped build. God, dude, why are you so stupid? I mean, I get it. You're possessed or manipulated by Dr. Vile. It's just, really?
And there's one scientist who wants to see that evolution through to its end.
What are you saying? No, you didn't.
Yeah, Lorshok.
I have a proposal. A proposal to this world I've led for centuries.
Yeah, I have a proposal to the planet I'm in charge of. That's not how that works. I'm sorry, I will never stop making fun of that. I'm curious. Did I give a negative to plot? Nope. I'm going to give a negative to plot. I actually meant to. I'm not sure why. Let me reread that, because I swear I gave a negative to plot already. Let's see. Gray outro, Destiny, narrative. Okay. Now, I will mention something when it comes to this negative. It should probably... I don't know how much it can be mitigated, but it is within the realm of possibility that a sequel could help fill out some of the cracks in this plot by explaining what the hell's going on. You know? We don't have a sequel, so...
A system to come up with fair solutions based on the doctrine of the Sage Trinity. If you're opposed, then just try and stop me.
Hey, isn't that biometal?
2 of the ciphers have been broken. I wanted to stall her longer, but she's developing faster than I had expected. Excellent, Ash. It pleases me.
Oh yeah, notice he is far more positive towards Ash than he was towards Gray. That's going to be a recurring trend.
Huh? What do you know about me?
I know everything about you, as if you were my own daughter.
Yeah. Okay, so he just kind of gives that away pretty early there. She's not actually his daughter. It's more like she's his granddaughter or great-granddaughter, but...
I want you to grow, evolve, show me your strength.
Master Albert!
Probably the same cutscene.
We will meet again. You are, after all, made in my image.
That's a good question, Compalooso. We'll have to look at the score when we're done. I will say I do tend to agree with the consensus so far that 03 is the best.
Everything we know. With these mechanical bodies, we've been able to live for centuries. When Albert became one of the Sage Trinity those centuries ago, he was already working on Model W. So I looked you up in our database, Ash.
You looked me up? Was there any information about me?
Remember, there was no information about Gray because Gray was a brand new Ripoid, literally designed to be a backup copy of Albert. In Ash's case...
Well, there was no data on you. It appears that you never existed.
There's this point, which makes no sense and only actually follows through if you presume that Albert actually erased the data on Ash.
What? That's impossible! I'm standing right here!
Calm down. Yes, you most certainly are standing here.
Or are you? And then he stabs us.
So it's possible that Albert erased your data from the database. I'm not exactly sure why, but I know this. He thinks you're special.
Albert thinks that I'm special?
Yeah, Albert has a PC detector.
Everyone, bad news. We have Mavericks showing up all over the world. Albert has started hunting for food for his Model W.
He knows the jig is up, so he's going for a Hail Mary. Let's go!
Okay.
Come on! Let's go make Albert tell us everything he knows! And yeah, we can do heroic rescues along the way. What's wrong? Are you scared?
Who, me? You've got to be kidding!
Atta girl, that's the Ash I know. No matter what Albert knows about you, that won't change who you are. The most important thing is what you do now. When we first met on that train, you said that you wanted history to remember your name. A hero that put the past behind her and lived for the future. Now that sounds like a great story.
I can't believe you are giving me encouragement. Wonders never cease. Let's go, Model A. Our story isn't over yet.
Thank you, Ash. I have a new mission for you. I want you to stop Albert's plan and save our world.
Your mission? Save the planet. Okay.
I've added new transport destinations to the Tran server. I'm counting on you.
So in answer to Compaloosa's question, he said, is there anything this game does definitively better than the Zeros? I started thinking about it. Level design? No. Boss design? Not really. Graphics? No, these are pretty much the same high-tier stuff we had in the later Zero games. Doodad placement? Nope. Characters? Nope. Bosses? Nope. There is one thing they do better. Okay, I'm kind of memeing, but I'm kind of not. The actual form change mechanic is pretty good. That's the thing that they do better. I've enjoyed it more. We'll see what the score ends up being. This is going to be a Mega Man 7 situation. And if you don't know what that means, I can explain. And I should probably explain because I'm sure there's at least one person in chat who doesn't know. So, a while ago, several years ago, when we first started doing the classic runs for the first time, I was like, hey, I want to review Mega Man 7. I love that game, and it's awesome. And people are like, hey, cool, let's do it. So I started reviewing Mega Man 7, and it was not as good as I remembered. At all. And it's not like my opinion changed, per se. It's just going through and actually paying attention. It was like, wow. Wow, okay. So if you asked me a week ago, I would say, oh yeah, the ZXs are so much better than the Zs. I no longer have that opinion. Don't mistake me, I am still enjoying several aspects of the gameplay. I think the gameplay score over that pretty much well shows that, but I think the golden number is going to back me up on this one. Oh my god, Ginga Man. That freaking fight. Okay, so we're going there, and there. Is that it? Yeah, let's just do this one first, I think. No. Was this the one I want to do first? Yeah, sure, we'll just do it first. Yeah, I agree with Zalok. While X6 is certainly applicable, I think the ZX and ZX2s, I think the ZXs are very, very much Voyager effect. Great potential, don't really follow through on it, and that's a damn shame, because there's just so much cool stuff here. And it is still an enjoyable game. This is obviously still going to be a net positive, by quite a margin, even.
Yo! Hey!
tempo. I'm challenging myself in my head right now to think of ways I would improve just the gameplay. Improving the story on this game is obvious and easy. That takes no effort. Improving the gameplay, though. The first thought I have... First of all, improve the map even more. It is certainly an improvement over the map of ZX, but, I mean, it could still stand to be improved again, you know? My second thought may or may not be related to that thought. You know how we've got those little warp spots like I just got that you can warp to but not from? Change that. Make it so you can warp to and from the warp spots. Make them fast travel points. With an improved map and the ability to actually warp around a bit, I think this game could be a lot more open in terms of how it's explored and how you move through it, blah, 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 blah. As opposed to being like, Like, as is, trying to do everything, especially all the side quests in this game, which we've been mostly skipping. Like being able to be like, alright, hang on, warp, I want to go try to do this thing. Just, you know. If I wanted to do one of the side quests, I have to progress either forward until I get to the warp spot ahead, or back to the warp spot behind me. Warp to one of the nearby warp spots, walk to the thing, and you get the general idea of what I'm talking about. It's just, it's a hassle. It's the same problem that several video games have when it comes to their navigation. Looking at you, Mass Effect Andromeda. So, those two changes by themselves, I think, would improve my enjoyment of this game substantially, and make me substantially more likely to actually, you know, do the side quests, for example. Yeah, as for Sakurai, he certainly deserves a break. I don't know what he's gonna... Oh, yawn attack! I don't know what he's got planned, if anything. He may literally retire. He has spoken several times about how stressful it's been. No, we did a stream of Andromeda. We technically reviewed it, but we didn't really review it. We were using an old review system, so... We haven't actually reviewed any of the Mass Effects. Oh, did he, Zillow? That's interesting. A little surprising, but only a little. Oh my god. Fine. Nope, I'm too far behind him. Come on. Okay, fine, fine. I mean, he did put Sora in Smash. What more can people ask for at this point? Actually, there is one thing I would ask of Sakurai. That just occurred to me. Can anyone guess what it is? Ah, God damn it. No, what I would ask for is Subspace Emissary.
It's been a while, but I see you're surviving the game of destiny.
Just port the Wii one forwards, or port the Emissary into Ultimate. Either way, as long as we just have the campaign mode again.
Well, have you found anything out about yourself?
I've learned that I'm nothing like you.
Funny. I was under the impression that we were two peas in a pod. You're bitter at me for making you look like a fool in front of your friends. You're here to fight for revenge. Same as me.
I don't know what it is you're fighting for, but I'm different.
I'm fighting for fame, not revenge.
I just don't appreciate you using people for your entertainment, as if you know everything.
Yeah, why do y'all use me for your entertainment, as if you know everything?
Stop quibbling and trying to rationalize your own actions. You think you're some kind of a hero. But one day, you'll wake up and realize you'll never be a hero.
What did you say?
That's right, remember that. The next time we meet, I won't just be retrieving Model Ws. No rush. I'll cut you to ribbons soon enough. Look forward to it.
Ugh, he makes me sick.
My, did little Prometheus leave already? He's so impatient. In a moment, the energy furnaces will explode, and a beautiful fire flower will bloom, filled with sweet nectar. The nectar of terror.
I'll never let your horrible flower bloom.
Oh, it's you. The Mega Man Model A that Prometheus talked about. I'm Queen Bee. I'll give you a taste of my special nectar. Despair, with a touch of bitterness.
Hi, Takoida. This is going to be an interesting fight, actually. Literally can't reach her there. Oh my god. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
What? You refuse my precious gift of despair?
I prefer apples to pears.
Oh.
We're a little over the... Whoops. Excuse me, we're a little under the halfway point, Mr. Root. We're about to be at the halfway point. Oh, god dang it. So yeah, that was a misclick, which means I gotta do this now. This is getting back to my point earlier about how we should be able to warp from those things. A simple misclick, and now I gotta do this all over again. Okay, I'm not at the beginning of the stage. That'd be awful. Take two. Okay, here. You know, it's a shame, kind of. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that, but it'd be interesting if they had an infinite weapon energy mode for this. Or like as a toggle, it's something you could turn on. You just have infinite weapon energy. Like in this game, for example, that would mean you could just fly infinitely. In some of the X games or some of the Z games, it would mean you could just blast their special powers over and over and over. You know, just stupid stuff like that. Can't jump. Can't jump. Can't jump. Oh god, can't jump. Apparently jumping applies to flying. Ah! Okay, these guys suck. As usual. Yep, this is Idiot Man stage. You gotta prevent people from being idiots. That's why there's a thing that prevents you from jumping here. Idiot Man. I mean, Harpooya was always kind of stupid, so there's a degree of logic to that, but... That, whoop, whoop. Okay. Just gonna go for it. I can't get high enough, I don't think. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, Metal Blade is... Well, we'll get there when we get there, but... Metal Blade's an interesting thing to talk about. In an ideal world, Metal Blade wouldn't be the problem. If you follow me there. Sure. Into the air, please. There we go. Yep. There we go. Yep. Yeah, no, Takoida's pretty much getting there before I do. The biggest problem with Metal Blade is not Metal Blade, it's everything else. Now, there's some exceptions, of course. There have been plenty of weapons over the years that are still useful. It's just, you know, in Mega Man 2, for example, there's Metal Blade, and then there's... I'm trying to think of any other powers that are really useful in that game. There's some that are necessary for specific bosses or specific stages, but useful? I mean, Bubble Lead, for God's sakes. Yeah, Equipment 2. I rest my case. Quick Boomerang's not terrible. Quick Boomerang is, in every way that matters, just a lemon shot that arcs slightly. Useful. Just, you know, how useful is kind of debatable.
What are you doing here?
Could this be the source of the gravitational anomaly?
Inescapable destiny. So, you came, Mega Man Model A. But I'll be taking the Model W.
Aeolus? What are you doing collecting all those Model Ws?
That's a silly question. You call yourself a Mega Man, yet you don't even know the significance of Model W. You fear what you don't understand, and eliminate what you fear. It's because of foolish people like you that there is conflict.
I don't know what all of that ideological babble was about, but it sounded a lot like a threat.
So it is. In the world I have in mind, for idiots like you. Your time's up, fool.
Creative editing. I can't read his moves at all anymore. You mean like 30XDX does, Dakota?
A woeful miscalculation. To think that I could be bested by a plebeian. I'll never acknowledge one as ignorant as you, Mega Man. Your time's up, fool. I will right this world's wrongs.
Puberty. That's about how I remember puberty going. One idea I had a while ago. Yep. There we go. One idea I had a while ago with regards to redoing Mega Man is make it so that... I forget the specifics because it's been a while, but the idea was you have 3 basic types of attacks. When I say types, I mean like arcs or air, like so there would be your standard shot, right? Then there would be something that would hit around you, and then there would be something that would hit like in a wave or just hits the whole screen or something similar, right? And every boss you beat gives you some kind of variable to add on to those 3 shots. So, you know, you beat Cutman, and so rather than the shot, you actually shoot out a thing that kind of goes like this. You beat Gutsman, you're able to stomp, which freezes all the enemies on the screen. And you get the general idea, right? So each one adds a mutator on top of those 3 abilities, but you always still have the 3 core abilities. And then just keep doing that. And then as we go throughout the series, as we get better with the hardware, as we get better with the design technology and iteration, we get to the point where they start giving you ability to move differently, too. Like this, for example, which I do think is still one of the better things that the Zs and the ZXs added to the series, was adding a movement tech. And so forth and so on. You get the idea. Absolutely, Dakota. I mean, they already dipped their toes into recurring characters a couple of times. Just go full hog with it. Oops. Unfortunately, I have not Arspruce. I have played 30XDX, though, which does a similar concept. Not quite the same, but similar. For those of you who haven't played 30XDX because it's not out yet, it's an alpha. Each boss gives you a weapon, sure, but what we can also do is just add someone else's boss abilities to an existing weapon that you already have, which adds a mutator to it and changes how the weapon operates. So, you know, you get Cutman, and then you beat Fireman, and now your blades leave trails of fire which burn things as they go through them behind it, you know, stuff like that. Which is a really cool concept, IMO. Right. Also true, Cyric, but you know, they're still designing. It's cool. I get it. I get it. Oh, absolutely, Gingaman. Yeah, 20XDX and 30XDX are spiritual successors to Mega Man X. X1, if I had to pick a specific one. Like, I swear to God, they just sat down and said, what if we made a Mega Man roguelite? And gave it co-op? And there we are. Oh yeah, spoilers, co-op 20xdx is awesome. And, like, really, really cool. I cannot believe it took a fan game, well, sorry, not a fan game, but an indie game, to finally give us a Mega Man with co-op, you know? But that's kind of how that usually goes, isn't it? Oops, wrong way. No, this is right, this is right. Gotta through the garbage. Similar, yeah, it is build gameplay is what that's called, Cat. And yeah, no, it's absolutely similar in concept. That's right, you actually played with us, didn't you, Dakota? We did a couple of co-op things. On screen when we were doing a look at 20xdx. We reviewed 20xdx, didn't we? Like, modern reviewed? I feel like we did. I've actually poked at Corrupted X, and one of these years it might actually come out. And this is when you tell me, lore, it's already out! And I'm like, wait, really? I remember that being announced bagrillions of years ago. If it makes you feel any better, 20xdx was awesome. Hax and I have yet to beat the game, but we've gotten to the final boss a couple of times. And if that doesn't sound impressive, then you've never played that game. That game can be very mean. I love it. One of the things that they use in their favor, so if you fall into a bottomless pit, the spot where it respawns you at is a location based on where you last stood on solid ground, right? Now, random floating platforms do not count as solid ground. The reason I bring that up is because the last stage takes advantage of that. And so there are large swaths of terrain, which are just the random floating platforms. So if you fall, you go back a bit. There's also a wind effect on that stage. The problem with the final boss, and the reason we haven't beat him, is he's basically a marathon boss. Which is just kind of... But yeah, to go back into it, 20xdx is an excellent example of a game that has build gameplay. Now, the catch is what build you use is entirely dependent on RNG, because that's what a roguelite is, but it is... Whoa! Let's try that again. It is still absolutely build gameplay. You know, you still do have the various options for how you set up your character. And there are several viable builds, depending on what you want to go for. Who's this one? I think it was this one. Like, if we get lucky enough to get the double jump boots, that's just such a game changer. Good morning, Random. Hope you're doing well today. Whoa! That didn't work out. That's okay. Middle one, I think. Maybe. I don't remember which one I'm going through here. I think it's the middle one. Oh yeah, completing any set. Correct. I think we went the wrong way. Ah, whatever, I don't care that much. Sure, Zolot, go for it. Let everyone see my sister, who is calling right now. I mean, I was just thinking to myself that I really want my sister to call at this moment, and here she is. Maybe this? This? There you are. Hi, what's up? It should be on the table. with, like, it should be on the side that's facing the kitchen. The table that we usually eat at. Not the dining room. Okay. Okay. Is Sora as overpowered as everyone says? Oh god, I remember that one, Ginga Man. Oh. So I will be getting the Hadouken in X1. That's the only one I'm probably going to get. I'm not sure if I'm going to get the Shoryuken in 2. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get the golden chip in X3. I don't even remember how to get the golden chip off the top of my head. The biggest thing I remember about the golden chip in X3 is that the Nintendo Power gave the wrong information on how to get it. Which, yeah. Oh, right, this one. This one. I remember this. There we go. Wait, even you can win at Smash? I'm sorry, that's mean. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I'm terrible at Smash, so I'd probably like playing as Sora. Although, oh my god, I can't think of his name. Big Green Dude was my main in Ultimate when I was actually playing it and practicing to be good at it, and then the run got delayed by like 2 years. King K. Rool, that's his name.
A-Tran.
A-Tran.
See, I keep thinking I didn't make the jump, and then I made the jump. I screwed up because I think I didn't make it. I am definitely not getting the Z-Saber in X3. Well, I might. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that lines up. Well, ironically, my main in Smash Brawl, the only Smash game I've ever put a lot of time and effort into, was Bowser. So... time for rock out, dude.
Feel it. I see you pushed your way through all of those Mavericks to get a special front row seat to watch me perform.
I think it's on the books, random. Because, like I said, that was a game that people started putting money towards and then got pushed back by about 2 years. Hang on, I can pull that up really quick here. Oh, looks like it is not yet funded. Never mind. I'm wrong. So, Smash is not yet funded, is the answer to that question. It may never be.
That's pretty mega of you, Mega Man Model A. I'm Voltron. I play the part of the prince, who kisses Model W's and wakes them up.
Gross.
There's a Model W in here, too?
Not so fast. That's where the VIP seats are. I'm afraid you can't go in there. What do you say we start the show? I'll play guitar, and you'll sing the vocals. I'm looking forward to the finale, as you scream your last breath.
Oh, I missed. Oh, you do, Cat Horse. I'll show it off if you want.
What? This was supposed to be Mega's death concert, not mine! Ah!
Oh, and if you're wondering, yes, we've given a negative for audio spam. It's pretty bad on this one. So. The problem is he moves terribly. He can fly, but, you know, that takes up weapon energy. So his regular attack is this AoE thing. He can also hit things with his axe. I mean, his guitar. By the way, hi, French philosopher.
I hear it. The discarded machines. The mechanoloids. Their voices of sadness, of pain, of anger. All food for Model W.
Pandora!
Even as you awoke, destiny had already been set in motion.
What the heck are you talking about?
The time will come when you shall know everything, and you will be driven to despair.
Pandora. Does she know my secret?
Eh.
Huh. She took Model W with her. She's definitely odd. Good work. The Mavericks in that area seem to be settling down. Mission accomplished. Don't forget to submit a report.
You know what's funny? The booty counter is literally higher than the destiny counter, even though she stopped saying that word in the intro stage. They just say it so much in that intro stage. By the way, here's our idle animation for anybody who hasn't seen it. Good morning, Loke. You don't know about Sephiroth random? I'm afraid we're gonna have to force random to voice Sephiroth when we do the FF7 one. Hey, Walker. That would be awesome, Catlers. Hell, we haven't even started the main ones yet, guys. I mean, we haven't started the big blocks yet. Although the big block ones are going to be a lot shorter. Probably more like one game a day once we get to those. There are people who are being chased by mariners. Yep, okay. Something new. Nothing new. Everything. Everything. Actually, honestly, for this, we should probably be Harpuya. I'm pretty sure she says booty towards the ending, so we'll have more chances to hydrate later. Yep, yep. Yeah, fine. Oh god, you're right, Dakota. And what's funny is I don't like either fight, personally. Fine. Let's do this the easy way. That car looks a little beat up. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's a tough question, Zalor. Like, in a vacuum, I would say I prefer the X5 method. But I'm not sure if I'll prefer the X5 method when we actually get there, you know? Or the X6 method. Speaking of random things they just... Oh, this mini-boss. Speaking of random things that they discontinued, why did they ever discontinue the stages affect the other stage thing? From X1, you know? Which is getting a positive, by the way, when we get there. Just letting you know. Whoop! Oh, my reflex was shot. Jesus. Okay, I'm just gonna chill here for a minute. Don't on me. I mean, that's valid, Dakota. I've always felt, and you can feel free to make fun of me for this if you want, that they spent more time working on X1 than the other ones. And that's... Well, that's the typical Hollywood method, isn't it? You put out something that succeeds, and then you bang out a cheaper sequel, and then a cheaper sequel, and then a cheaper sequel, until finally they stop making money, and then you stop making them. I mean, there's actually a lot of franchises that follow that concept. Mostly movies, but there are several games that did the same thing. Like, alright, make the same game, but less budget, less time. Go! But yes, the auto-scroll killed me. Honestly, I would say that X5 and X4 probably break that trend as well. Definitely X4. And I'm not just saying that because I like it. It feels like they actually put some time and money into X4, you know? The rest, yeah.
Thetis! Are you the one causing all of this trouble?
So now we get to find out about Zealot's, motive? No, motive. Also, awesome Walker, if that's true.
You remembered my name. Mega Merge! Come, there's something I want to show you.
But I don't want to say too much until we get there, Dakota, so we'll see if I hold that opinion true when we get there.
W? You attacked the highway to feed that thing?
That's right, but what I want to show you is further down. At the bottom of this dirty sea. The sea during the war was no place for living creatures. After the war, the sea's beauty was restored. However, as humans repopulated, the seas once again grew filthy.
In addition to this guy being a moron and like 12, I should probably also mention that he's wrong. Remember, we've actually talked about this before. The only reason that the seas and the land and anything was able to repopulate was because of us. Because we actually were able to get the technology going in order to start terraforming and rehabilitating the planet. His whole thing is, humans showed up and therefore the environment got bad, and he's... Like, if you want to rewind time a few millennia, you might have an argument there, but he's talking about within the last couple of decades. Or centuries, excuse me.
Humans have to desecrate the Earth to live on it.
Which is not true, given the aforementioned terraforming tech I just told you about.
You talk all high and mighty, but what you're doing is no different than a maverick.
Me? A maverick? You're a funny girl. We were planning on playing this little game of destiny to decide the Mega Man King by ourselves. You're the one that just happened to Mega Merge, then show up, and be a nuisance. So I'd say that kind of makes you a maverick.
That's the dumbest argument I've heard today. And I read the internet, sir. You know what? Hang on. Damn it. Damn it, I timed it wrong again. Good morning, Ross. Hang on. I didn't actually mean to do that, but whatever. Goodbye.
It's too bad. I thought you at least would understand what I am trying to accomplish.
I understand completely. That's the problem.
I won't give up. I shall awaken Model W and change this world for the better.
By killing all the people so that plants can have a place to live, damn it. Those plants deserve their own planet. Because I'm a moron. Meanwhile, we're going through puberty again. Now, these are unchanged, so we're just going to skip these. Yeah, Model L. Loser. Yep, I know how to use this. I know how to use her form. In fact, I know how to use a better form. Because this is a better form. Anyways. Ah. Just leave him in the water. There you go, buddy. So the first time we had that thing where they go, yeah, the voice acting on it was questionable. So I made a point of saying that what was happening to Gray, because we were playing as Gray at the time, was that he was experiencing puberty for the first time. And it just kind of became a running gag, because every single time they do that, they have that weird voice acting of, oh shoot, actually, I don't know where I'm going right now. Right, I'm going there, and like down here, right? No? Just up here. Here maybe? Yes. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Hey, Fallout Bear. What's going on? Yeah, never mind, this guy. Yeah, we're just gonna move on from that.
A-Trans! E-Trans!
Oh, cool. I hope it's been finding you well, Follow Bear.
A-Trans!
Around and around, Zalot. I don't know, Estes Flakes. You might be lying to me. It's something you do all the time with your evil, vile, horrible ways. Yep. But I believe you. Although, for paperwork's sake, if you could do me a favor and hit refresh on the page and then look for like a button that's probably up above the chat and then hit that, I'd appreciate it. It just helps me to keep the paperwork side of things a little bit clearer. So while I do this, I will jot that down for Hades and say thank you. Estes Flakes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that, Giga Man. Yeah, no, I don't do paperwork. I do cyber work. Damn. Oh, stretch. What am I doing? I'm going this way. I'm being the best character in the game, that's what I'm doing. Aww! No longer... Oh, right, we have to fight the twins. Well, that's okay. I am actually... with the thing I need. Oh, right. Warning, don't look at the screen. Don't look at the screen. I forgot about this. We're not fighting the twins yet. This is much worse than fighting the twins. Nobody look at the screen. Nobody look at the screen. I will say when it is safe to look at the game again. It's probably less horrifying on the stream. I have this giant 43-inch TV thing for my monitor. This is eye hurting looking at this. This actually hurts my eyes a lot. So anybody who has any issues with flickering or anything like that, do not look at screen. Yeah, one of the things I always find fascinating is how far back the events of this series go kind of depend on your interpretation. But one way or the other, there were several pretty key points. So one of the things I tend to hear a lot is that if X hadn't escalated with Sigma, none of this would have happened. Because then Sigma was driven to be more and more desperate and do stupider and stupider things, and you know, that eventually leads to X5, where Sigma effectively destroys the world. Hang on, almost done. Almost done. Yep, okay, it's gone. You can now look at the screen again. Sorry about that.
A-Trans.
Who are you?
What's a girl doing here?
So yes, as mentioned before, if we are playing as Gray, we get Ale. If we're playing as Ash, we get whatever his name is.
Careful, Vent. I sense biometal on her.
Apparently Vent is his name.
I've never sensed anything like this before. What is she?
2 biometals? A Mega Man?
It looks like you beat us to it. What do you say you be a gentleman and let me have the Model W?
Well, I would, but I have to put $2 towards Valheim from Hero White Noise, so if you'll forgive me for a moment. Thank you, Hero White Noise, very much, as always. Towards Valheim. That's going to be an interesting one, because we're probably going to play at least some of that co-op, and we're probably going to have to determine what our end goal is for that game.
What do you want it for, huh?
All right. I'm done with the nice approach. I'm gonna take that Model W, with or without your permission. Your choice.
So at least this time we start the fight instead of Ale starting the fight.
Sorry, no deal.
Yeah. Vent has certainly grown out his hair, hasn't he?
Model Z.
And then he dies.
Double. Mega Merge.
Biolink established. Mega system online.
I know we made fun of this last time, and every time this happens. But every time someone mega merges, or transforms, or whatever, and everyone else is just watching, I just kind of go... Why are we just watching this? Well, yeah, obviously we can progress through the bosses, Kira White Noise. Excuse me. Hey, his hair's blonde.
I don't want to hit a girl. But there's a reason I can't give it to you.
I'd tell you what it is, but that would take 2 seconds.
I will become a Mega Man that can protect everyone.
Or you could say that, and then we still fight him for okay, whatever. Oh, his pattern is different than hers. Either because he's a different person, or because, you know, we're playing as her. puberty.
What?
Double puberty!
She's resonating. Could it be because of her biometal? Be careful, Vent. There's some kind of data pouring out from her biometal.
I do have to admit that, so what Kira White Noise says is something that I've always kind of mentally assumed was how it is, like the Flash is just for us. The thing that kind of throws that a little bit into the weeds is sometimes, and this doesn't always happen, but some shows or some games have the transformation happening, and then it like does a reaction shot as people are clearly just standing there watching the transformation happen, and at that point it's like, what are you doing? That was something, yeah. But yeah, like, apparently in She-Ra, they show off that it is instantaneous in lore, which makes sense, again. That is the obvious presumption. Ah, well. Doesn't matter. Right. We actually have ZX form now. We should be using it. We get to play as the series' real protagonist. Zero! Well, at the moment, I'm not going to see Dune at all, Colin Blue, so that should probably answer you. But yes, if I ever see Dune, it will be with someone. I don't go to the movies alone. I find no enjoyment in that. See, the Met Tools always made perfect sense to me, but only as of, like, Mega Man 8 or so. When they started actually having different types of Met Tools, you know? Because the idea, for me, I think I've mentioned this before, that always made sense, was that the Met Tools were the Omni Tool, right? So you have the basic Met Tool, and anybody could buy a Met Tool, and then you buy a configuration for it, or you buy a toolkit for it, and that turns it into whatever it is you need for the job you're working on, right? Like, those stupid Omni tools that actually exist in real life, where you can just slot in and out, like a drill, or different types of the screwdriver, or you can put a hammer thing in there, etc., etc. What am I doing? Right. I'm turning into you. Excuse me. That's harder to do than it looks. Oh my god. I probably shouldn't even be doing this, but whatever. Die! Die, monster! Alright, he has iframes, doesn't he? Right. I forgot about that. In that case. I'm too late now, but whatever. No! I was trying to die. Ah, screw it, I'll just die. All of a sudden, his charge is slow again. What a be bastard to use her. I might, actually. Hang on. There we go. Come on. Was I too late? Oh, wow. Oh, whatever. I don't care that much. Don't care that much. What are we supposed to do? They can't expect us to take this thing back. We have no choice. We have to destroy it. Oh, okay.
Dang! How is this thing still able to move? What a pain in the neck!
You know, he's been doing that since the first X game. You ever think about that? Zero just shows up, oh, hey, it's Vile.
What do you mean, why? I don't have a reason to fight you. My objective has always been to destroy Model W and stop the game of destiny, where Mega Men fight each other. What is your name?
Are you on drugs? Because you sound really chill.
Huh?
My name is Vent. It looks like we got off on the wrong foot.
I'm a hunter, Ash, and this is Model A. We're on a mission for Legion.
Legion? Wow, that's something. This blue biometal is Model X. We're together. And this red one is Model Z. It's a memento from a dear friend. Anyway, let's go back to the camp. We can talk on the way. So let me get this straight. Master Albert, Prometheus, Pandora, and 4 Mega Men. So that were stolen from the lab.
Alright, that was me.
Unfortunately, those biometals probably have the consciousness of their 4 chosen ones. Biometals gave us strength when we fought the Model W.
We followed the stolen biometals here.
That's when we found the Model W, and you attacked us.
I said I was sorry. So, why are you kids fighting Model W?
Aren't you?
You kids? I'll have you know I'm older than you. The same as you. Before I knew it, I was just caught up in it. I lost a lot of close people in the battles. With Mavericks and Model Ws.
So you want revenge?
No. You can't defeat an enemy with hate. You just make more enemies.
I mean...
I want to use my power for something I believe in. That's why I made that promise to my friends. To be the Mega Man that protects them. Mega Man power is strong. Strong enough to change the world. But there's one thing it can't change. That is our own destiny. You have to use your own power to do that. Ash, don't lose yourself in the power.
You're around, Lunaru.
How can you even say that and keep a straight face? But I like that. Those are good words to live by.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and jump in here really quick. This voice acting sucks. I've talked about this a lot. Obviously, this is pure speculation in this case because I have no idea in the case of this game. But in this era, a lot of video games had pretty bad voice acting from actors who otherwise were proven to be decent voice actors. And that's confusing until you realize that the problem is voice direction. Now, I've talked about this a lot. Voice direction is kind of critical because otherwise, even the best voice actor in the world, given a script with no information whatsoever, is just going to be like, and just try to figure out what they're looking at and try to deduce from that what they can, right? If you give them no context, no character backstory, no ideas, no tones, no concept of the scene it's being in, all it is words on a page. You need that extra context to act. Now, obviously, some of these actors are not great. I've actually pointed out a few of the actors and what they've otherwise acted in. But the point is, I'm pretty sure that in this game's case especially, the voice direction was, here's your lines.
Thanks. By the way, this is for you.
Now, if I can actually pause for a second, I should have shown this off earlier. The best example I have of that is it's very clear that they weren't actually handed an entire script. They were handed a snippet. Read this line, and then read this line. The reason I point that out, and you could tell just by listening, there are several times when there's one sentence across two text boxes, right? But the person reads it as if they're separate sentences. Probably because they were handed them as separate sentences. And so they don't realize this is actually one complete sentence. So, let me make up example. This is a bad example. Hang on.
There was pseudoroid activity in the area that key opens. I was gonna check it out myself, but I know that you can handle it. I'm gonna join the others and go after the other biometals.
I was hoping for an example. We've seen several examples in this where, yeah, their tone and their cadence just completely shift because it's clear they've started a new sentence rather than it being a continuation of the previous one. And again, that boils down to, you know, the voice direction. Hey, this is this and this is that, and you need to do this when doing this line.
Let's meet again. Next time, let's take on this game of destiny side by side.
You get my point.
Ash,
Model A, I'm sorry about before. I wasn't myself. Like Vance said, we can change our destiny. A past that I never knew doesn't matter. I am the author of my story from here on out.
Yeah, I was going to say, Capcom in general had a pretty bad track record with English voice acting in about the 4 years prior to this and here. Yeah, Resident Evil being the obvious, the original Resident Evil being the obvious example here. What am I looking up? I'm curious who voices Ash. Give me just a moment here, please. Who voices you? Maya Jones, who has done 3 roles in her life. Super Robot Wars Alpha 2 and 3. Rub Rabbits, I don't even know what the hell that is. And this. Anyways. This is like the Trials of Mana thing. Where most of the actors in Trials of Mana had never acted before and haven't acted since. They just brought in the cheapest people they could. I don't remember X8's voice acting all that well. I remember 7's. But, you know, of course I do. Apparently, Takoida, because I was listening to the English acting. Either that or she voices Japanese badly. But no, I am not sure. Even though I was looking at the English page, I didn't, you know, triple check, so, well...
E-Trains!
Oh, it's still no ordinary sewage. Good to know. We're at pacifist percent now. Okay, pacifist percent is over. We give up on being pacifist. I know, Zolo. Viscous liquid or whatever. Not this stuff, obviously. The stuff we can actually walk on. We're not carrying that thing the whole way this time. There's probably something we could get with it, I just don't know what. Yeah, I've actually talked about that before. Some people complained that I was anti-pacifist in my Trek rumination. And that's on me for not clarifying the difference between an actual pacifist and a Hollywood pacifist, which is what we were dealing with there. X from X7 is a Hollywood pacifist. Usually characterized by being particularly whiny, but also, you know, I refuse to fight under any circumstances whatsoever. Which is funny, because Trek has actually done pacifism pretty well so far. Or, there's sometimes, sorry. Like with Suitor, for example. I don't remember. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it's called.
Look at all these huge mechanoloids!
Are you surprised? These soldiers were all born here. They're to be used one day by the Mega Man King.
Albert thought about all of this?
Tigertron's a good example, yeah. And even he was kind of...
is Bifrost, guardian of the sleeping soldiers. When the new world is born, they shall awaken and exterminate the old world inhabitants. But for now, Mega Man Model A, I shall exterminate you. I shall crush every last one of your bones with my jaws.
Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. Oh, I'm... God damn it. Hey, Malachor.
Am I the one being exterminated? Is it you who shall bring about the new world, and not we? It is you, after all! Ah!
We have given 2 negatives for voice acting. Yeah, Wheel Gator, who has no dialogue. A Hollywood pacifist as a villain. No one shall ever fight again! But, no fighting. Disallowed. Everyone just slowly rots.
Ho! Ho!
Still the best form.
Ho! 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 Take the ho! 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 Ho!
This is the dumbest form of the game. At least Chrono Force is actually useful. This thing is just the way to break down certain doors and nothing else. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. It is a block breaker, except instead of being cool and fast and fun and having other uses, it's just slow and terrible and awful. I'm gonna go ahead and admit I'm an idiot, but I keep forgetting that I'm in A form. Thinking I'm in ZX form. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay, I deserve it. Almost got the timing right. Listen, I wasn't gonna say anything about the hair, or this near identical everything, but, you know, whatever. Shut up. Stop making fun! It's okay. I accept it. Alright. A form does have the homing attack, Silo, but otherwise, no. Actually, let's do this. Yep, wrong button. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So far, mostly Fallout Bear. I had one of those situations where the actual title of an article spoiled something for me, which always pisses me off. But other than that, yes. You know, what's funny is we can actually blame someone in-universe for that Gingaman, because that's on Albert, who insisted on calling everyone Mega Men for some reason. No, no, Shiza! That's the second time I've done that, today! Who? Colin Palissa? I mean, he's probably some rich asshole, but I don't know him personally, so who knows. By virtue of being that wealthy, he's probably a horrible human being. Because that's just kind of how the world works.
Yep. Yep.
You, exactly, Melikor. Okay, so we're gonna not mash A this time, by accident. Okay, so I'm gonna go here, I think? Yeah, no, it is here, okay. Who? Colin Belusa? Zero sounds weird as her. We already went that way, didn't we? We go this way already? Anyways, I already gave you your answer, Complos. I don't know much more you want from me. He's probably an evil person. The end. There's not much else to add there. Yeah, this is where I just was. Where's the other one, though? Well, considering that they, apparently have infinite... Oh no, I have gotten several comments like that. As intended as insults, Hazardous, which is the other interesting thing. Considering that they have apparently solved the energy crisis and yet still use energy as a currency, your guess is as good as mine for the economy of this planet. I mean, honestly, who knows at that point. There we go. Oh, this is going to be the twins, I think. Yeah, it's going to be the twins. Okay, so. This should be fun. Or cathartic, one of the two.
Wait right there! I don't care who you are, but I can't allow you to continue any further.
Two pseudoroids. Probably Albert's.
That's right. Call me Argoyle. And he's my other half, Ugoyle. We will defend this area with our lives.
I see. So the computer used to do the hacking is in there.
Do you think you can break through our defenses? Then come on, Mega Man Model A. Let me show you the way to the Netherworld. End of the line for you.
Oh, these actually hurt. Kind of. Chaos Whatcha-Fig, Mr. Red. I don't remember the name of it, though.
Your strength.
Someone probably knows what I'm talking about. Chaos Whatcha-Fig. Worst voice acting ever. Let's do it quick. No. I just noticed her charge attack for this is different too. Ugh, fine.
You! Me! We're broken! No! You managed to win this battle, but you won't survive this war!
So apparently nobody knows what I'm talking about, so I'm just gonna Google worst voice acting chaos. There it is. That was easy. First response.
Leave pseudoroids standing guard.
Chaos Wars, a PS2 game. Feel free to YouTube some cutscenes from Chaos Wars. No, really, I'll wait.
Albert must really not want anyone to...
Blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Kind of a deliberate health reset there. probably should try to get the thing in this stage if I can remember where it is. Oh, that's just a chip. That's just a chip. Like I said, you want to go to the worst voice acting, there you go. You really gotta go for it to get to the worst, and yeah. I think that qualifies. That was an unintentional death. That's okay. Remember this area? We're stuck here for like 10 minutes trying to bomb jump our way through it and ended up going the wrong way anyways. Did they ever play Kingdoms of Amalur, Kingdom Man? Just idle curiosity there. Well, he's rich and probably an asshole, Colin Blue, so why do you ask? Hey, Dream Whisperer. Hope today is finding you well. That should be right. Well, I mean, good luck, Mr. Red. You're gonna need it. I'm just trying to beat this game today. Again. Probably think about getting some health ups at some point. Or sub-tanks.
Was that the sound of an explosion just now?
It came from this way. Let's go.
Especially since I can't remember where any of the sub-tanks are.
Were you the ones who destroyed the computer?
That's right. We've entered the final stage of the plan. We don't need to hack anymore. But we couldn't just let you go snooping around in there, looking for information about yourself either. And we can't let you, who beat 5 Mega Men, just retire.
What? The reason we've kept you alive is all part of the plan. Soon it will all be over. The destiny of destruction.
Albert, as well as his stupid game, are about to be over. As Albert meets his demise!
The end of Albert? Why?
I'll tell you when it's all over. Perhaps as you are dying.
Evil laugh.
We'll meet again.
Wait just a minute! What are they planning to do?
Wait, what? Those two weren't working for Albert?
Eh.
What about the computer? Is there anything left of it?
What's this? It doesn't look like there's anything else.
Don't feel so bad. Even without data, you are very real and you exist in this world.
Can confirm.
The proof is in the fact that they went to so much trouble to keep you from seeing the data. Let's investigate the data we do have on our own. Send it together with your mission report.
Thank you for watching my show, Dream Whisperer. I will put that towards... I don't know what Laura's choice is at this point. Probably ARR or BC, one of the two. And both of those are a ways out. Oh yeah, no, the story here is pretty bad. Let's just be honest about that. Which is something I'm going to talk about in the rumination, but I don't know, that really makes me sad, you know? It's... I'm going to get flack for this, but it's Metroid Other M all over again. We want to make a Metroid game that has story focus. My reaction, yes! And then it was Metroid Other M. We want to make a Mega Man game with a story focus. Yes! And then it's this. In fairness, we've had some decent stories from several Mega Man games prior to now. It's just... I need to make that now. Yeah, the score on the story axis really says what it needs to. It's just... oh, God. I've never reviewed the Primes, but I actually figured the Prime trilogy, at least Prime 1, will probably have a higher story score than Super Metroid did, so I tend to agree with you. But again, I haven't reviewed them yet, so who knows. So, yeah, are you going to hire people who know how to write good stories? Why would we do that? So you can have a good story. Well, as I've said before, Blue Alex, I haven't played Metroid Other M since it came out. Now, I hated it when it came out. I'm not going to lie about that. I'm not going to dismiss that. But it's one of those we'll sees kind of things, because I haven't played it since it came out. It is part of the Metroid block, so we will actually see how it holds up there. I will say, and I said this before, my biggest issues with Other M were actually on the gameplay axis. But that's just me. I really did not enjoy playing that game. Well, thank you, Melikor, very, very much. Ever and always, I do appreciate. And I'll put that towards Fallout New Vegas. I mean, there's a lot of other Metroid games in the Metroid block, too, but, you know. One thing I'm surprised nobody's actually called me out on is the fact that we're playing Metroid 1 and Metroid Zero Mission in the Metroid block. Yeah, that's correct, Zillow. So the only way to play it was, you know, like this, which is probably my least favorite way to play Wii games, but even that is something I could dismiss. After all, I liked, you know, Wii Punch-Out well enough. Okay. I did, Melikor, and I said thank you. Someone proved that I said thank you. Someone confirmed that I said thank you. Someone vouch for me. But no, that's exactly the idea. See, it's something that I meant to do during the Final Fantasy runs and didn't. because I was an idiot. In cases where the remake is substantially different, I actually do want to examine the original. And I want to look at where we started and how variant and how different it is and blah, 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 blah. So, like, you know, when it came to Final Fantasy IV, for example, that's a game that I would actually like to review the original SNES version of some days, just because it is so different from the DS version. Nowadays, that's probably going to be supplanted by the Pixel remake, or excuse me, the Pixel remaster, but you get the point. There we go. So what is this place? We weren't born here. Like our other character. The bridge is destroyed. Looks like there was a fight here. There's no response from that monitor over there. It's giving off some kind of jamming frequency. If this is a secret lab, there may be something here that doesn't want us to see. We hunters are very good at finding out secrets, so let's go find it. It would be nice to find some treasure, but I have a bad feeling about this. It'll be fine. Now that being said, what the heck is the Rift Breaker, Cat Horse? Yeah, I guess Gray is just dead. Sorry, Gray. That's distracting. I'm not sure if we'll play the original Metroid 2, the Game Boy one. That I'm still torn on, because it's a Game Boy game. And that's really all I have to say about that. Like, original Game Boy games are rough, you know. Easy to emulate, and we would be playing an emulated version, but rough. So what the heck is this? Scroll down. This is apparently a base-building RPG mecha strategy game? Looks like it's based off of StarCraft 2's engine, for good and for bad. No, it can't be StarCraft 2's engine because there's hundreds of things on the screen. That's the one weakness of that engine. And when did this come out? Pretty recently, it looks like. We'll just agree to disagree on that one, Bull of Alex. Let's see. Yeah, looks like it was just last week. Well, okay, we'll do it. Rift Breaker it is. So that's gonna be, we'll just round up. Now, the real question, and the real challenge, is how easy would it be to get a hold of a copy of that? So let me actually look that up really quick. Just look this up really quick there. Unless I own Metroid 2. Which I might. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna look that up real quick. And by look it up, I mean look that down. Here. My Game Boy games happen to be right here. What do we got? Wario Land, Tetris, Wario Land 2, Wario Land 3. No, hang on. Hey, there's Lufia. What's that? Oh, that's Fusion. Right. What's that? Hey. Quick, someone guess which copy of Pokemon I have. The original, Gen 1. I forgot until I looked at it 3 seconds ago. Mario Land. Oh, there it is, there it is. Oh, we're in luck. I actually own Metroid 2. Check it out. I don't know if you can see this. Well, shoot, we can add that to the list then. That was my big worry. I'm getting a hold of a copy. But if I already own it, that's not an issue. I don't know, I'll debate that. Because unlike, like 5, Narset, unlike, you know, Metroid 1 and Zero Mission, I'm not sure how worthwhile it is looking at the original for that. I say that in ignorance. I don't really know the original Metroid all that well. The answer is yellow. The copy of Pokemon Gen 1 I have is yellow.
2 open capsules. I wonder who was in there.
Look at that panel. There's a message.
0. I've never played Chaos Wars, Mr. Red. But I am aware of the internet, and that's how I became aware of it.
Prometheus and Pandora's capsules. Looks like those 2 were made here.
Maybe they're what the data meant by Ripoid siblings. I bet the first 2 Mega Men Albert made were Prometheus and Pandora.
There's no doubt about it. These capsules are the chains that bound them, so that they wouldn't go against Albert's plan.
Chains?
The counter on the panel is probably Prometheus's life. It's set pretty short. They're made so that they'll die if they don't go back into the capsules for maintenance at regular intervals.
In order to stay maintained, they have to do what Albert says.
It looks like this building goes further in. There may be something left. Keep looking.
Speaking of disagreeing with people's popular consensus with regards to Metroid games, I really liked Samus Returns. Well, I only played a couple hours of AM2R. On stream, actually. I have not History Maker, so I can't comment on that. Oops. Well, here's hoping Metroid Dread is good then, since this is the same studio. Please note I don't want any spoilers on whether Metroid Dread is good or not. I will have an opinion on that when we get there. Actually, in all in total sincerity, the Metroid I am most looking forward to reviewing is Other M. Or at least the most curious about reviewing, because that could go all kinds of ways. And I have no idea which it's going to be. At least we finally get a sub-tank. Come on. There we go. Depends on the game, Narset, but a lot is the short answer. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. I mean, we're gonna give a negative for voice acting to Other M, almost guaranteed. But other than that, I don't know.
Hey, that's as far as you go! Nobody gets past this point!
Yeah, whatever. Now out of my way.
Hey, do you think you could just ignore me, Headshock? You've got to face the penalty, a shocking penalty. Mr. Albert's orders are absolute.
I'm not sure what I'll think of Fusion. I've only played through Fusion once. Unlike, you know, several other Metroid games, which I tend to replay on a regular basis. Or at least tended to, back when replaying a game was something I did. God, these angles are wild. I would, but you're in the way. Ah, screw it. I mean, Metroid is another one of those series that I've been into since the beginning, you know, since Metroid 1.
Hey, that kind of strength is cheating. It's just like Mr. Albert's strength.
A month is plenty of time, Narsa.
There's another capsule here.
But it's empty. There's something showing on this panel, though.
Prototype, final version complete. Start final phase.
What does prototype mean?
Oh my god, Ash. Do you not know what the word prototype means?
I bet this is part of Albert's plan, too.
Huh? There's a disk still in this drive!
Very good, but all you managed to find is an empty capsule and some incomplete data? There might be some Mega Men that we don't know about. We'll analyze the data here and see what we can find. Send it with your mission report.
Don't worry, Gray's turbo dead, or whatever. So do Ripoids have the ability to reproduce? So the innate answer is no. However, a Ripoid can build a new Ripoid. Hello. There we go. So, like, for example, let's say you were a Reploid Dream Whisperer, and you're like, I want to have a child, so you could just build a new Reploid. The catch is you need to have the tech, you need to have the resources, you need to have the time, you need to have the expertise, and you need to have some way to generate the AI identity that is the new Reploid. So, it's not that easy, but it is something that they could do. Now, I've always had a headcanon about that one of the ways that they would reproduce, especially given by this point in history where, you know, very few people actually have that kind of intelligence or know-how in order to properly design new AIs, is they just copy the existing ones, right? Now, I have some evidence for this, ignoring the fact that all of the Reploids are literally based off of X. There's the fact that many of the characters in the Z series and the biometals in this series are all based on the data of previous existing. So they just take previous data and dump it into the thing and say, here, make a new AI. So, hypothetically, in other words, two Reploids could get together and quite literally take a copy of both of their minds and merge it together to form a new Reploid. However well that would turn out. Okay, so we have the initialization key. Woo! I think it was here. Oh god, I remember that movie, Gingaman. I was trying to place which movie that was. Yep. Initialize. You. Oh yeah, remind me to go buy some sub-tanks later. And by sub-tanks, I mean sub-tank. Remind me to refill my sub-tank is what I mean. By the way, this song is awesome, so I'm just going to shut up for a minute. It's also an underground volcano, so, you know, it's got that going for it. Well, Reaganomics are stupid. I don't think I have a favorite president, though. I can pick one out of a hat randomly. What's a president nobody even remembers? Armstrong. Armstrong, yep, nope, he was the best president. No, people remember Roosevelt. People remember both Roosevelts. President Fillmore, yeah, there you go.
A-Train.
I mean, it probably has to not have collision, otherwise it probably wouldn't work at all. What stage this is. That's fair, Dakota, who literally can't even go through doors.
These can't all be Model Ws!
Are you surprised, Ash?
I mean, no.
Do you have any idea how much time I've invested in this plan? Did you think you could foil my plan? By destroying one or two of my Model Ws? Not a chance.
We'll see about that.
Prometheus? Pandora?
So this is where he's been keeping the recovered Model Ws. I never thought you would have found this place for us.
Thank you, Mega Man Model A.
How many centuries has it been since we last met like this? Master Albert? You look even more ridiculous in person than you do on that monitor.
Here we go. My favorite U.S. president is Harrison. Or Van Buren. Or Tyler. Or Polk. Or Taylor. Or Fillmore. Or Pierce. How many of you recognize any of those names? There's another Harrison. McKinley. Harding. There's one nobody recognizes. Harding. President Harding. And then we can start to get a little bit more memorable.
What do you all think you're doing?
People tend to forget Carter, too, which always kind of amuses me. Thank you, as always, Blow Up Alex. And I will jot that down for Trails in the Sky, too. But yeah, the only reason Harding is memorable is because of how pathetic and tiny his presidentship was. But let's not get into that.
This is what we're doing!
The hottest president? I mean, have you seen Lincoln's jawline?
To be defeated by the very first Mega Man you ever made! How fitting for the scum that you are!
What's going on?
You were being used by us all along. From the day we first awoke, we were Mega Men destined to fight each other, to further Albert's insane plan to create the ultimate Mega Man.
So we decided to take revenge on Albert.
Revenge?
We found many Mega Men and brought them into this fight. We knew that if we were successful, Albert would show up. And then you tracked him down, allowing us to exact our revenge.
I didn't think this is how the game was gonna end.
What are you talking about? It's not over yet. We're still here. The garbage left behind by that scum.
We can't get our old bodies back. We can't change our destiny. So we'll hasten the destiny of destruction.
We will destroy all that Albert made. So let's have some fun, why don't we? And go out with a bang!
She doesn't even have her second shield. I just noticed that. And yeah, she actually mentions the old bodies, which was probably supposed to be a hint for something, and then ZX3 never happened. God, I'm not used to some of these attack patterns because they're different. Which makes sense, that's the whole reason we were trying this thing.
That's enough! This fighting is senseless!
I mean, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it, Hazardous?
That's right! Even you can see that this fight is pointless!
Mavericks terrorize humans, and in turn, Model Ws absorb that anguish. Albert used Legion as a front to go about selecting chosen ones.
I will never stop making fun of the fact that he was in charge of the world and used his power over the world to attempt to take over the world.
A world where Mega Men are created to destroy each other, all for Albert's satisfaction.
It was all a farce! Albert prepared everything in this world according to his own plan! He said Mega Men are the natural evolution of man? Don't make me laugh! What an epic sham! I'm going to demolish this whole wretched world! Ah!
Hey! Could this be?
All of the Model Ws are awake!
Prometheus, Pandora, your centuries of anger, suffering, hate, and insanity, along with your battles against other Mega Men, have given me the data I need.
voice. Could it be Master Albert?
So, who was it that Prometheus defeated?
That was a decoy. A dummy body that worked as one of the Sage Trinity in my stead. I am Dr. Albert, number 000, the original. This me is the genuine article. The real Master Albert. Just as I planned, soon all the Model Ws will begin to merge. I will become the ultimate Mega Man, and the plan will be complete.
This place won't last long. We need to hurry and get out of here.
But Prometheus and Pandora...
What are you saying? We can't carry both of them. If you don't make it, who's going to deal with Albert?
Prometheus, Pandora... Sorry!
Okay, they'll be in the sequel. I'm sorry, I keep saying that because there's so many threads they clearly left deliberately dangling for a sequel, and it's just... Ugh, you know? I should probably save.
Hey, what's that?
That's all of the Model W's merged together! You're a Boris!
Albert must be inside! It's airborne! We have to take an airship! Do any of you hunters have an airship?
I don't know, I've played Mass Effect 3 a lot.
There's not even one left. Mavericks destroyed them all.
There's nothing left we can do!
Don't give up so easily. Aren't you supposed to be a first-class hunter?
Bent!
We meet again. I've got something to show you. But remember, from here, there's no turning back. I'll be waiting for you here. Call me when you're ready.
Yep, which I'm not. I just like teleporting. It makes me feel good, you know. I feel it's like eating a nice meal, you know. And it's like, ah, that was really satisfying. I'm gonna teleport one more time. Just one more teleport. Just the one. No turning back, man. I like it. But the problem is, sometimes, actually, obviously several times, it auto-confirms with the previous input, if that makes any sense. So, like, you hit A to hit yes, I would like to teleport, but if you hold down A for a little bit too long, or if you, like, accidentally tap it twice or whatever, then it buffers that input, and then as soon as it goes to the map, it immediately teleports you to the first spot that's selected. It's a little frustrating. So what I've been... in order to compensate for that, what I have to do is I have to hit A very carefully and then just kind of hands off of it in order to make sure I don't do that. So yes, please refill. Thank you. So now we have one sub-tank. Hopefully easy mode will make the last boss a little easier, because that last boss sucks. Grab a save now that we have a sub-tank. In case we want to go get more sub-tanks in the future. Alright, let's do it.
This can't be good. So that's the ultimate biometal. Ouroboros.
Ouroboros? That's actually different than they pronounced it in the last campaign. Last time they said Ouroboros. Instead of Ouroboros, or... I don't remember how else to pronounce it. I've heard several pronunciations of that word, but... Ouroboros? That's a good one. Oh, this game. I'm thinking about your question, Gingaman. But regardless, thank you very much for this. The donation. That is not a sub, but I'm still thankful for. Oh my god. Can't talk. Beep. Rebooting. Thank you very much for the donation, Gingaman. Always appreciate. You didn't say what you want to... Oh, okay. Metroid block. Okay. I can put that towards Metroid block. Yeah, we haven't had this kind of a situation for a bit. How did Wesker pronounce it? I don't remember, because that's in 5, right? Resident Evil 5, I think. Is when he's like, Ouroboros, or what, however he says it. Looks like that's it. You got it, Ross. There, I've somehow beamed it to you with the magic of magic. Actually, I could make that happen, but I'm not going to. Which one was Twilight? And don't say a good love story. Yeah, I think I do agree. It took me a minute here. I think I agree with you, Gingaman, because Dr. Light, in several of the backstories, and we'll talk about this when we get to the classic series, in several of the backstories, he had this ideology of... The reason he called him Mega Man was because he was better than a normal human, that he was going to be the best of us. You know, the Superman ideal, put simply. And so, Mega Man was going to be this awesome, incredible thing for the betterment of humankind, and blah, blah, blah. And now, you know, Jackass here is talking about Mega Man as the god of the new world who will control everyone absolutely and rule the world and blah, 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 which is just, yeah. Oh, that's actually a really easy one to explain, Ross. What's the issue?
All of the Mavericks that came out of that thing are wreaking havoc. I managed to smash a few of them, but they just keep coming.
How cowardly! Just looking down at the world from the sky. Can't we do something?
Of course we can. That's why I came to see you. You're coming, right? To write your story?
That's right, we gotta start hammering in that narrative point. It hasn't been as bad as the first game was about Destiny. Or the first campaign, excuse me. So we might not give it another negative for that.
What's that?
She belongs to me and my crew. She's the Guardian Base. There's only one thing left that we can do. Use the Guardian Base to board Ouroboros. We must take Albert down.
Damn you, Wesker.
Hey, wait! You're going after the ringleader, right? Let us have a piece of the action, too.
What do you think the bounty might be on booty that big? I'm getting excited just thinking about it.
I did need a little bit of hydration there. So that works for me.
Come on, you guys! This isn't some kind of bounty mission!
Oh yes, it most certainly is. An official mission from Legion headquarters.
Master Thomas!
How brave you all are. You wouldn't be satisfied unless the mission was official.
Oh, I'm sorry. Worst voice actor. I was about to say Mikhail, because he's the best voice actor, but worst? So there's people who don't know how to emote or do cadence or anything. And then there's people who sound like they're reading a script, and then there's people who sound like they're bored. So we have the trifecta of bad voice acting in this game.
Legion is having trouble supplying enough manpower to fight the Mavericks. Ash, I'm putting you in charge.
For some reason.
Everybody, let's show Albert whose world this really is!
But I would say Gray. Gray, Vent, and Model A are the worst for me.
Looks like your friends are ready for action. Let's go. Follow me.
Yeah, Mikhail manages the heady heights of being a normal voice actor, which does put him as the best voice actor in the game, in my opinion.
Hold of your Boris. Expect Mavericks to take to us like flies to you know what. It's up to all of you to defend the Guardian base. We're going home victorious. Got it?
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you that. Chirac was pretty decent too.
Ash, you go ahead. I'll handle things here and catch up to you.
Okay, let's go, Model A. It's time to give Albert a little payback.
Okay!
I know, right, Dream Whisperer? I know people in chat who are better voice actors than these who, yeah.
I'd have never guessed that they would come after the Ouroboros in an airship. The ways of those who can't keep up with progress are savage.
Albert!
By the way, there are some people here to see you. Would you be so kind as to make their acquaintance?
Traitor Model A, I will destroy you.
I've been waiting to get my revenge.
How are you hovering out of water?
Oh, you again. You don't give up, do you, girl?
Like, I would have loved it if he was just sitting there on the ground, unable to move, and you see him doing it. Anyways, I will get my revenge.
Oh, allow me to give you a proper welcome.
Back for an encore, are you?
And I am pretty terrible, apparently, Blofeld.
We won't be beaten again!
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, Jin Kamio. Chaos Wars is probably the worst voice acting I've ever heard. That would be a 3 negative voice acting game. Honestly, I can't think of many games that would get 3 negatives to voice acting. But we'll come back to that question when we get to Mega Man 8 and Mega Man X4.
You've still got a shock coming!
For your disloyalty to the king, you shall perish.
Hey, Trans!
Why do you have the same copy ability as Model A?
I told you that you were made in my image. But my real power is not in my copy ability. The spirit of everything Model W eats lives on inside me. The power to control all life. That is the power of the ultimate Mega Man. The real A-Trans! They're waiting for you inside with their new bodies. Please go in and play with them. If you can make your way to me, I'll tell you everything.
Oh yeah, and then there's X7, which...
On how, even being incomplete, you can still use A-Trans. And who you really are.
Yeah, let's go. If I somehow beat this game in, like... That's not gonna happen. Nope. I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat this game and do the rumination and then start this. So we'll be starting Mega Man X1 tomorrow. Let me just go ahead and put that into concrete now.
You'll be getting the VIP treatment this time. I have a special requiem for you.
Around and around. I don't remember what he's weak to. What are all these weak to? Got it. Hitting in the face. That's what they're weak to.
I'm gonna retire. Now it's up to you. Carry on with the show. Give them a mega performance.
Oh, there's lots of reasons, Andy. But the biggest reason is I like to start with the worst and then work my way up from there, Andity. So we were originally going to do the zeros, and then we were going to do the classics, and then we're going to do the X's. And now we've shifted around a bit so we don't end on X7 and X8.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to see you again.
Likewise.
I just despise pesky little girls. Get out of my sight. Watch this.
Look at his health bar.
I don't ever want to see you again.
Well, yeah, no, you're correct, Blow Up Alex, but the real point there was X7. I didn't want to end the reviews on X7. So we rejiggered things a little bit. Oh, we already did this too.
Shall we begin our time of bliss together?
Dude, I just met you.
I'm going to take my time manhandling you.
Dude! For God's sakes.
You can't stop the flow of time. Just let yourself be swallowed by the tidal wave of a new era.
Me too, Jinkamio. In a similar manner to the other M comments I made earlier, I've only played X7 once and I hated it, so... I did beat X7, which puts me ahead of several of my friends who never actually beat the game. I was telling Pax about that. I remember going through the first stage and being like, is this the wrong game? Did I buy the wrong game? Just being so confused.
New king born.
Yeah, you didn't say anything new. Shut up. Would you come here? Thank you.
You broke law.
Don't do it, Ginga Man. Don't give in to the X7 side. One of the other reasons I'm curious about X7, and I've talked about this before on this very show. Some games are bad because they're memed as being bad, but they're not actually that bad, right? Same with movies, same with shows. Some things are memed as bad, and they really are actually that bad, or actually worse than most people seem to make them out to be, you know? Like, everyone memes on Superman 64, but Superman 64 is a piece of garbage.
Only those who are loyal to the new king.
Like, I've actually played Superman 64, and it's garbage, right? We played it on stream, even. We didn't review it.
Very well.
You get my point, though, right? I'm curious if X7 is going to be a meme bad game or an actually bad game. Because the two aren't mutually exclusive. You know, everyone says Quest 64 sucks, and then it's the second worst game I've ever reviewed. Right?
Yep. Yep.
Shut up. Okay, fine, fine.
It's a miss.
It's all miss. I agree. Yeah, I'm gonna try to go as in-depth as I can to X7. I mean, all the Mega Man games, that's kind of the goal here. But, yeah. Let me use a parallel here. How many of you think that Episode 1 sucks? I'll raise my hand, I do too. Now, the thing about that is, most of the time when people say why it's X1, why Episode 1 sucks, they touch on the usual suspects, right? Jar Jar and midichlorians and yada yada yada. Hardly anyone talks about most of the stuff that's actually terrible in that movie. Like the bizarre cinematography or the absolutely god-awful god-awful dialogue, and how the actors didn't know how to present half of their lines, you know? And that's kind of my point. People meme on it for being bad, but it's actually bad. Like, in addition to, or separate from that, right? Come here. Oh, come on! What?
Are we with the...
I mean, I don't disagree, Bullfox, but do you get my point? Mimetic consciousness tends to latch on to one or two things and say, this sucks because of that, right? And then that's it. No actual analysis, no actual discussion, just this sucks because of this easily repeatable, one bite-sized little chunk that we turn into memes. Okay, we're gonna switch forms for this. Hey, Baron. It's actually probably gonna be easier now that these don't one-shot me. I was actually talking about this part of the stage and how much I liked it to PAX, and I don't know, I think I'm the weirdo there, but this is actually a decent use of spikes for once. By putting so much of it into the player's hands. Especially stuff like this. See, that was on me. Or this. This is kind of cool. This is less cool. What? What? Hang on, just a second. I don't have time for this. Okay, good. Stupid thing. Anyways. this section, which I died on a lot. That right there. She died, holy crap. Whatever, we made it. So, I'm gonna see if this cutscene's any different.
You made a foolish choice. You should have stayed away.
We've got some unfinished business to take care of.
I would say no, Baron, but that's just me.
I'm not just going to let you waltz out of here.
This is as far as you go.
Tactical advantage 4-1. Commence complete destruction of target.
What's wrong with all of you? Are you stupid?
Yes.
Albert has been using you from the start.
A mere trifling technicality. The winner out of all of us need only to defeat Albert to become king. Those are the rules that Albert himself laid down.
Oh, you idiots!
I'll take over from here, Ash. You go on ahead.
Why, you...
Well, well. We finally found what we were looking for. I need you to hand over all of your biometals.
Meanwhile, thunk, 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 thunk in the background. So, round 1. Whoops, I didn't actually mean to skip that. I didn't mean to skip that. Hang on. Because it's actually a different cutscene. Literally a misclick there. Try that again.
I thought you might be coming right about now. I'm so happy. But at the same time, I'm so sad. If you hadn't met Model A, you would have died, never knowing the truth.
What do you mean?
Oh, Model A, you haven't told her yet?
Oh, I agree completely, Wrecker's-Beard.
You should remember everything by now.
Stop it! Don't listen to him, Ash! Waste him!
Ash, you are my distant offspring.
It's only like 2 generations removed, but yeah.
You are a descendant of the family I left before I became one of the Sage Trinity. You were able to mega-merge with Model A because your DNA bears so many similarities to mine.
This is a good time to mention one of the other things that they screwed up on this one. They could have made the fact that we play as a human and a Reploid like a plot point, because Ash is a Reploid and, or sorry, Ash is a human and Gray is a Reploid, but they never actually really touch on the distinction between the two, and it never matters, so wasted potential again.
But that's because you somehow incorporated your data into me.
No, you are completely unaltered. Your appearance was totally unexpected. The Model A you have was a backup system that contains my entire plan. Model A. In other words, Model Albert.
I hate that name!
Also, ignoring the obvious stupidity of the plot twist that it's not Axel, but it's Albert, and the fact that Albert probably based it off of Axel, you gotta love the fact that Albert apparently made an entire biometal based on himself and his personal abilities, and then gave it that voice and personality.
Don't say that.
Remember, they decide the personality of the biometals.
Soon that name and what it stands for will be gone. For me to have to extinguish the life of my own flesh and blood is so sad.
But I'm glad. Because by my own hand, I will become the only me!
What?
Give it up!
What? Oh god, she has a different attack. She has a different attack. No! Alright, time to hurt my hands. Ooh. I'm sorry, Ross. I have no idea what today's room is and what it spoiled you on, but I apologize.
I can hear them. The anger, the bitterness, the sadness of the sacrifices to Model W, having consumed the souls of people throughout the world.
Possibly literally, because of the whole magic thing.
The awakened Model W is the world's consciousness itself.
No.
Model W desires destruction. It desires that the Earth conclude its own autobiography. So be it. Model W, Ultimate Mega Man. If at evolution's extreme, there is destruction, it was destined to be that way.
When did Resident Evil 5 come out relative to this game? Out of curiosity.
That stuff is only in your head.
Oh yeah, and while I'm on the subject, the game once again doesn't even begin to touch on the idea that the ultimate Mega Man is Dr. Vile. Just think about that.
The power of Model W has taken control of you.
By drowning in peace. By rejecting change.
Oh wow, this predates Resident Evil 5. Go figure.
You made the choice for the destruction of the Earth. I am trying to create a new world. I want to bring new life into the world and protect its future.
By torturing and murdering its existing citizens. Specifically torturing. He needs them to suffer, right? That's part of the plan.
Whoa! Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You're blowing things way out of proportion.
I don't think I'm a god.
And his reaction makes no sense because we don't accuse him of being a god in this version. Now, let's skip this. Okay. Oh, right. I actually do want to be A, don't I? Well, we gave it one earlier. Oh, hello. Listen, Nerozes. And he's dead.
You're no Mega Man King. You're no god. You were gonna destroy the world. You were gonna end the story.
My story!
You're not the one to make that decision. This is my life. My story.
I was kidding.
Is that your best answer? You're most definitely one of my creations. You have surpassed me. My research wasn't wrong after all. Goodbye, Ash. You can have your peace. and rot in it!
Oh my god, you're absolutely right. He dies, and he dies cursing them to peace, and since there's no games after this in the continuity, we just have peace forever.
Fortress is going down! He's gonna try and take us all with him! Let's get back to the others!
You can teleport.
It's weird. I can't move.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, Ash! Get a hold of...
We're gonna skip through this a little bit.
Vent, it's too dangerous here. We have to go help Ash.
In fact, we're just gonna do this.
Go ahead.
No.
Meanwhile, Model Z sacrifices himself, as usual.
Let's go, Vent.
All right.
Such beautiful to throw away.
Like I said.
Nothing new here.
I know more.
Biome.
Incomprehensible.
Vent.
It kind of does, Gingaman. Assuming we do presume that Legends is actually part of the same timeline, which it may or may not be because it doesn't actually matter. It's okay, it's not puberty this time.
Where am I?
Ash! Finally, you're awake! I'm so glad! I was worried sick about you!
Yes, I did, Zoctat.
What's wrong? Are you still hurt?
How cute! You looked so concerned.
What? Can't I be worried about my friend?
Your expressionless, immobile form looked so concerned.
I'm just happy you're okay. Is there something wrong with that?
Thanks, Model A, for worrying about me.
Yeah, anyways, let's go outside. Ben's waiting for you.
I mean, it could be Gingaman. Like I said, it could or could not be because it doesn't actually matter one way or the other. The only possible connection is the one you yourself just mentioned, that they do get thousands and thousands of years of peace, and then Mega Man Legends happens.
Are you okay? It was tough carrying you out of there.
That isn't usually what a boy would say to a girl, is it? Hey, what happened to the Ouroboros?
Ouroboros went down in pieces, and there's no sign of Model W anywhere. Its wreckage just sank in the ocean. Ash, it's all thanks to you.
Yeah, I know, is what I'd like to say. But it was thanks to all of you. Like Vent said, we changed our destiny with our own power.
Yep, we forced Gray to die. Wait.
Vent, where are you gonna go now?
I want to go around the world in the Guardian base. There are a lot of things that still need finding. What about you, Ash?
Me? Well, we already took down that guy who thought he was a god. Maybe I should find a lot of booty, get rich, and buy back the world from Legion.
That's gonna take a lot of money.
As if. Well, I guess I'll just keep being a hunter. I'd like to see a lot of different places, learn a lot of things, and have people learn about me.
Hey, so what am I supposed to do?
You're just the backup. I'm the real Fame Hound.
You can choose your own destiny.
Oh, well then. Ash, I want to go too. Take me with you.
It's not like he's got anything else going on.
Who said anything about leaving you? You're my booty and my friend.
I hope we'll meet again.
We can meet anytime, because this is our story.
Okay. I don't even know what to add to that. Except for another story negative. I hate to do that, but it is a different ending, and it's still a terrible ending, and that means it gets another story negative. We are going to codify 2 gameplay positives. And then we got to hit the audit list. Let's go ahead and shuffle this out of the way. We also need to show off the secret ending, which is... We'll get there in a minute, though. Let's pull up the audit sheet first. Come on. Yeah, I would love for Mega Man to have a stronger story focus. I mean that. I really do. Anyways. Alright, here we go. So, story. Moving on. Okay, so ZX. Here we go. So we've got... ZX Advent, excuse me. Nope. Animation, atmosphere, and tone. No background lore, no banter. No branching narrative, camera work, characters. Cinematics, consequence. Cutscene incompetence. Yep. Dialogue. Yep. Doodads were good. Really good, actually. Scroll this up a little bit so I make sure I'm looking at the right thing. There we go. Man, a Mega Man rewrite project would be interesting to do. I've already got the sprites. I won't have to swap sprites like I'm doing with Star Trek or Star Wars. Endgame, nope, doesn't exist. External continuity, nope. Fake drama. Hang on, let's walk back to that. External continuity. How well this game connects to other games. Now that's something we've given some pluses for several of the zeros. How well do we think this game connects, or how badly do we think this game connects to the previous Mega Man games? Especially the Zeros and ZX1. We are giving the negative for fake drama. And the intro. And a plus for the intro, actually. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even though this should be a direct sequel to not only ZX1, but Z4, it kinda isn't. It doesn't logically follow through in any substantial narrative sense, which is just kinda like... I will say we don't give negatives for failing to live up to potential. That's just absence of a positive. So I guess let's just move on from that. So, okay, so let me scroll over a little bit. Then we have moments, which we have at least one negative for moments. Music direction was actually fine. NPCs were okay. Outro, we've given 2 negatives for the outro. The plot we gave a negative for. Just beach sound design, story sequencing, storyboarding, storytelling. Themes, we gave a negative for that one. Her theme wasn't as bad, but yeah, his theme was terrible. Visual storytelling, positive. Voice acting, 2 negatives. And I guess that's actually it. Oh, and I need to make sure I have cutscene incompetence. So we have a separate category for that. Yep, okay, so that's it for story. Alright, so let's move on to gameplay. The place where this is going to shine, if it's going to shine anywhere. In the world. There we go. I mean, if I'm being honest, let's just be completely real for a second, and I'm going to say this in the rumination too. A Mega Man Z3 made back in the day probably would have kind of sucked. Especially given what was going on at Capcom at the time, and what was going on with Mega Man in specific. The reason I say that, though, history has proven several times that what tends to work out... Now, let me go ahead and get rid of the music there. What history tends to show several times is that if you have a chance to keep going when you're already under the gun and there's production issues and there's creative issues and people have been leaving and the finances aren't really supporting it, your company isn't doing great, usually what comes out sucks. Not always, but usually. However, history has also proven that what tends to happen is when you start to have that nosedive, one of the best things you can do is literally pull the plug on the franchise, let it sit for a while, then come back to it. We've seen this with Star Trek, we've seen this with Doctor Who, we've arguably seen this with Mega Man. My point being that what would have been is that Mega Man Z3 made now might actually be legit. Right? And so they, because the door's open, they could actually go back and make a Mega Man Z3 with all that they've known, with the fact that Capcom's on a high, with the fact that they're doing better financially, with the fact that they've got additional thoughts and games and concepts and creative staff and better technology to work with. You know? So I'm glad we didn't get a Z3 then, because that leaves the door open for a Z3 now. So, game design. Enemy design. Nope, that doesn't count. Animations. Was the animation? Yeah, they were good animations. Yep, okay, so plus to animations. Oh, I agree, Takoida, but thankfully they don't work at Capcom anymore. Audio spam, the first one we've given a negative for that. Alternate leveling doesn't exist. Backtracking. The backtracking wasn't as bad as ZX1, so I'm not going to give that negative. The bosses, there were at least 2 bosses that I thought were fun. Yep, literally 2. Any bosses I hated? I don't think so. Nope. Okay. So then we have camera choices, co-op controls were good. Core combat is good, as it always is. Actually, did I give a plus for core combat? I did not. Plus for core combat. This is why we do the audits. This is one of the many reasons why we do the audits. Okay, core mechanics. Negative. For that frickin' boss refights. Cosmetics don't exist. Crashes don't exist. Difficulty curve is fine. Difficulty options. Yep, nope. We've got the cool difficulty option thing. Durability doesn't exist. Encounter rate doesn't exist. Encounters doesn't exist. Enemy variety. Yeah, we didn't give a plus for enemy variety. What do we think about enemy variety? I'm leaning towards a plus. There's a decent variety of enemies in this one. In fact, I don't even know why I'm debating it. Enemy variety. Enemy variety plus. Fast travel. Oh. Graphics. Yeah. Really nice graphics in this one. Guidance and flow of exploration. Not really. HUD is okay. Info in game, not really. Interface. Intro. Yes, 1 plus to intro. Or no, that's not intro, sorry, that's outro. No pluses to intro. Itemization, fine. Kit, yes. Several pluses to kit. Several good stages. We got 1, 2, 3 good stages. Scroll over a little bit more. Music. What do we give? 1 plus to music. Just the 1. New Game Plus, not available, unfortunately. Whoops, that's under controls. Ah! That... Okay. Hang on, I hit the wrong button, and I hit the wrong one. There we go, okay. Outro. We're definitely giving a plus to the outro in the gameplay thing. I'm sorry, I actually like that finale. As I said last time, the Albert boss fight is legit. Phase 2, mostly. Overworld doesn't really... I mean, Overworld kind of applies. But it's kind of not... we're not going to give a negative for that. That's what we're going to do for that. Sound design. Sound design? Question mark. Don't worry, we're going to give a negative to X1 for music. That's definitely what we're doing, and not 3 positives. I want to talk about some boppers. Personalization. need to mention audio spam while we're on the subject. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, on this one. It's not quite as cut and dry as it was last time. I already gave the audio spam. I mean, that's fair. From a gameplay axis, they're no different. I'm going to leave it, but it is a valid thing. Nah, we gave the audio design plus to 1. We kind of have to give it to 2. Just 1. Just 1 positive. And that puts us where we at. Unskippable cutscenes. No, we actually could skip them. Visual distinction. Yes, we'll give that one. And I think that's actually it. Yep, nope, that appears to be everything. And that about tracks with my opinion. So that's going to leave us with plus 20 to gameplay. And minus 7. Ooh, minus 7 to story. Ouch. I stand by that, though. That's not great. That is not great. Let's go ahead and figure out our golden number really quick. I have a feeling it's not going to be super high. Pull up the spreadsheet so I can actually do that properly. I'm looking at the time. No, I don't think I can manage to get everything done and then start up X1 at 3. So for those of you curious, we will be starting Mega Man X1 tomorrow. I think I'm just going to commit to that. I'm going to use the rest of today to play a little bit of catch-up on the paperwork side of things. Okay, so we've got this. Well, we'll find out in a moment, Baron, because I haven't rated it yet. Let's see, so we've got... +4... What's funny is this is also the longest Mega Man game we've played so far. That's -7 here, and that's plus 20 here. That's one of the highest gameplay scores we've given a Mega Man game, which I stand by, I should point out. But that's going to give us a golden number for that of... Give me a moment. Pull out all the numbers. Let's hit the wrong button. It's very important to hit the wrong button. Gotta see that RNG. There we go. Drum roll. Oof. Oh, that's bad. But that's about that. That actually kind of fulfills my thought. So the golden number for this game is 13.16. Now, for a bit of perspective on that, let me scroll over here. That's yeah, that's the second lowest score of the Mega Man games we've covered so far. Still net positive, because that's how that works. Anything above 0 is net positive. But Mega Man 01 was 2.4. And then this is 13.16. The highest so far, and this completely tracks with my opinion, is Mega Man 03, which had a 34.78, to give you a little bit of perspective. And for those of you wondering what like the cap is, the highest rated game I've ever covered is Grand Theft Auto 5, with 137.98. Very few games get above 100, though. In fact, I think we have literally 5 games that peaked over 100. So 13.16 puts that on the level of 13.16 would put it right here. Just below Mega Man 7. Mega Man 7 got a 13.34. But again, that kind of tracks. That makes sense to me. In hindsight. Yikes. Anyways, that's been Mega Man Z Advent. Not quite the game I remembered, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and work on the rumination for this. I'm going to say thank you to Riker's Beard. As always, I'll put that towards Xenogears. I'm going to go ahead and try to do some catch-up on the various work I haven't been able to do lately. Tomorrow we play one of the best games ever made, and I am incredibly nervous about that. So, I'll see you then.